YouTube now. So we should be back live on all of the things. I do apologize about the little interruption, and it does appear my YouTube chat just disappeared. So let me go ahead and grab that real fast and bring this back out. But for those who are not familiar with the Survivor Man Challenge, this is a very difficult way of playing Farm Sim that, generally speaking, money's usually not that big of a pain. Rual is currently playing. Oh, I see what happened. Let me go ahead and give it a kick. It didn't accept the category switch. There we go. Now it should be correct. Yeah, no, it happens. But yeah, for those who are unfamiliar with the Survivor Man Challenge, it's pretty straightforward. You're starting with the game with pretty much the minimum possible stuff you can. And so what that is for Farming Sim is you start that with a chainsaw, $0, and a tile of land you own. That is the bare minimum unless you're playing on a map with contracts, which we're not. That's an excellent start to a video. Just yawn right in the microphone right at the beginning. 10 out of 10 would do again. But what ends up happening is you end up cutting up trees to make your early money, and you get more equipment. There are other rules that you have, and each individual have kind of their own rules. The universal rules tend to be no leases or loans. For me, I gave us a truck to start with, so that way people didn't have to watch me pick up one log at a time and move it. But I have the extra rule of I may not sell the truck because that just influx a bunch of money. We use that to help ourselves get some greenhouses, which used ourselves to get some fields, which we then use to get the granary, which we then use to get the bakery, which we then use to get the sheep, which we then use to get even more land, and things are going great. I don't remember what we were doing. Actually, I know we can find out. We were seeding this field. That's what we were doing. And by seeding this field, I was acknowledging the fact that I am broke and need to sell some goods from the greenhouses. But yeah, so we're seeding the fields, and then we're fertilizing the fields again, and then I need to plow the, not canola, the sorghum fields. I also need to pick up this flour and move it out of the way. Ah, yes. Every time we go, I need another tractor. Oh, I owe a Lego. Once we get all the drivers doing the driver things, I still owe a Lego from a sub a little earlier. That I forgot. So I will need to do that. But let me go ahead and get the tractor starting doing the tractor things. Then I'll get that. I'm suddenly realizing, is my flatbed over here? Or is it over there? I don't think it's over here. It's right there. Alright. Should you get a gigantic wool farm? Wool's good in this game. We'll do this. It'll be faster. Corn, chaff, silage, OP. Boring, but OP. Oh yeah, there's a lot of things like that that you can... No, it's not over here. Where is my flatbed? Did I leave? Because usually it's either over here by the bread, so I could cycle the bread. Thank you, Mana. Or it's over here by the, that, or it's over there. Because that's the only 3 places I have stuff to move. You know what? Is it maybe over by the, Is it maybe over by the... Not the house. I think it's over by the sell point, is what I think happened. Is that we finished selling hay, and I might have grabbed something to bring back. Because we didn't sell the trailer. Does chat know that you're on TikTok chatting with you? I mean, you have been yesterday. I have more than just you who talks on TikTok. Just some days are busier than others. Right now is a very slow time of year for streaming in general. Yeah, normally I have it right here by the bakery. Like, it'll either be on the right side there. I'm gonna quickly check and see if maybe I left it up here for some reason. Was I loading it with lime? Was that what was happening? That was, I think, what was going to happen. Is I was going to load it with lime and bring it back, and then we didn't have the money. Yeah, so it's up here. Okay. Yeah, no, I was going to load it with the lime, and I was like, why am I doing this? And I grabbed the fertilizer thing, and I can't remember. There's something else I was debating putting on there. It doesn't matter now. I need it. But yeah, no, I had to do with getting the lime to put down in the fields because I got the warning that the fields needed lime. And I didn't have enough to get all of the fields, which is fine. It does mean I'm going to get not quite the maximum output, but I need to get them seeding, and I need to get them seeding now. Yeah, normally I do have it by the bakery. That's where I usually keep it, is by the bakery, so I can pick up the bread, shift the bread out so it doesn't get backed up production-wise, because the output's full. But I need to go by, grab the, grab her stuff for the greenhouse, sell that. That I could get this thing to start seeding. Then I can run around with all the other stuff and try and get what I can done with that. And I suspect that building is just about full on flour. We could actually check that. Actually, let's check what is on sale. It doesn't matter. I can't afford it. So you're all good. You're all good. You're not overbooked. Yeah, so they're not overfilling yet. Yeah, so we've been selling our stuff at the greenhouse early. We bought that big sprayer, which was excellent. You just got your first job? Nice, congratulations. Yeah, it's not going to be much money, which is a bit of a problem. I'm trying to not get to the point of selling our other stuff early. If we have to, we have to. But I've already got the seeds, I've got the fertilizer, I've got everything else. I literally just need the money so that I could put the worker on and be like, take care of this, while I run around to try and juggle the other things that need juggling. But the worker physically will not work if you have a debt. Or not a debt, if you're negative balance. Yeah, so you can get the money, I'll hook up the blue tractor, get the seeder and all that running, get it working. Once we've got that, I'll take the little yellow-green tractor, grab this, cycle the bread, cycle the flour, and we'll see how we're doing money-wise then. If we're doing good, great. If we're not doing good, which I don't expect we will be, I might have to dip into either selling the wool or selling some flour, which wouldn't be ideal because I'm pretty sure both of them, it's not the right time of year to sell it. Oh, please give me a couple thousand. It's not going to, because we've been dipping way too much into this because we keep buying stuff. That sprayer in front of me is the big thing that put us down financially. Is I bought that. It's the biggest sprayer they have for attaching to your tractor. And we managed to snag it really cheap because it's used, but it needs to be repaired and upgraded, which will cost us a couple thousand here and there. We still have plenty of solid fertilizer for right now, so I don't need it urgently, but I do have it now for whenever I go to switch to a cultivator. Alright. So ditch that. Okay, so we've got that set up. That's going to start dipping into our wallet as it plants. In the meantime, like I said, we're going to grab the trailer. We're going to cycle the bread. We're going to cycle the flour. You got $30 an hour? Nice. For a first job, $30 an hour is excellent. Most of the time, you can't manage to pull that off in the first one. I mean, actually, that's not true. If you do something that's a contract job where you don't get a bunch of benefits and all that, sometimes you can make those actually pay pretty good hourly. But the idea is the hourly is to cover the benefits you don't get. But that's still tricky. Man, no, $30 an hour is solid. Okay. Yeah, so I grab this dot. So from the math, you might get around 2,000 every 2 weeks for $30 an hour. Yeah, not counting taxes or anything like that. Probably somewhere in that ballpark. I used to have a much better fix on it in the past when I was watching. I'm hitting one. One does not connect this. I was like, why is my... I just fixed this key. Why is this key not working? I'm hitting the wrong key. That's why it's not working. If you push the wrong button, it doesn't do the things you expect. In case anyone's wondering. If you did a row and a half and you already cost me 60 bucks. Excellent. Our workers in this game get way better than $30 an hour. Make it like 120 or some nonsense. Just burning that cash. We're already under the 1,000. Alright, so we're just stacking these all back up. Now we get the flour. And the reason I'm doing that in that order is I found if I don't pick up the bread first, the bread box is just in the way for when I go to put the flour into the bakery. It's not a big deal. I just shove the box out of the way, but it's another thing to deal with. That money is not going to go nearly as far as I'd like it. Alright, so you've got 15 more? They're what, 500 or 1,000? What 1,000? Yeah, so you got 15 more boxes popping out. Why did you... Okay. So 10 more after that. And pretty soon around now is when we should top off the bakery and just have spare flour. You didn't think Panda Express paid a lot? It's not like hundreds of people buy Last her day. I don't know what you're referring to. You're saying that's what you're doing is you've got Panda Express for $30 an hour? I'd be like, maybe if you're a district manager or something, I'd think that, but for just any role in their offices, I would not expect them to pay that much. Not in a negative way. It's just usually those type of jobs they tend to underpay. This tractor only has a 15 mile per hour top speed. It's just what this tractor is. That's, the tractor, this one here, this yellow and green one, It's a really good tractor for early game horsepower, but it's kind of one of those things that it gives you that. If you wanted anything else, you're out of luck, because that's all it gives you. You get your 100 horsepower. It does not have a front connection, nor can you get one. You can't get weights on the front. That's just too bad. It has a low top speed and a bunch of other stuff. So it's like, it's got a big old pile of negatives. But, with all those negatives, it does have 100 horsepower for a really inexpensive price compared to the other ones. Oh, it's, I thought this would be exactly the right amount. It's fine. Okay, so we've got the flower set down. We got all this stuff. We're going to circle this around and put in position. And I'm probably going to have to take over doing the... Well, I mean, probably not. Tractor designed for torque. They turn a shaft. Yep. I see the price is 200,000 is enough for a good one. Right. So that's the idea. Is this tractor you can actually get a pretty solid amount of horsepower for a very inexpensive price. It's just, it's all you get. Also, took your advice not to have the greenhouse autosell. Yeah, it's one of those things that early game you don't want to autosell, but once you get to like the mid to late game where you start, you know, getting lots and lots and lots of production lines up, then yeah, you don't really want to deal with it anymore. That's when you switch over to... Wait a second. Oh, for a moment I thought I still had SnowRunner open, but I was like, wait, don't do that. I did not. I was just seeing things that weren't what I thought I was seeing. But yeah. Let's check what we got going on for production lines. So you have been basically just refilled with water like an in-game day or two ago. We just emptied the flour. The bread has just been emptied, so that's all good. The animals here, they're pretty much just about topped off on water. I actually don't know what the capacity of this, the sheep field is. But I could see with, like, the sheep field, as we, like, max out the number of sheep, we start selling off, like, the oldest ones or whatever. It's, like, kind of... Does it tell me how much the pen can hold? Here. Let's turn this off. Let's get out and actually go to the pen. If that doesn't work, I can just pull it up on the construction place. It'll tell me what the capacity is. So I have 15 animals in there. Cool. And if I were to try and build a sheep pen... So it can handle 15. So it's maxed. So let's go in here. And since I need the money, we can go to... Here. Alright, so you're our most valuable sheep. So what we're going to do... I don't see how I sell you. What I bet you I have to do? I bet you what you do to sell them is you go way down here. Okay, so I see. So... Yeah. MVS, most valuable sheep. Yeah, so we're gonna go take these two, and we're gonna sell them. Bam. 2,000 bucks. And our pen has 2 spots left in it, but it means I don't have as urgent a... my thing. How many hours do you have in SnowRunner? Probably like 20. Your brother's mad that you won't give some of your paycheck to him? Oh, that's his own problem. He can be mad all he wants. It's not how it works. Okay, so the problem I'm at now is this tractor isn't strong enough to do any of the other work I would want done. Now we're down to the blue tractor needs to do everything. Is that the right crop? Please tell me we didn't accidentally switch. I'm pretty sure that's barley, not wheat. I'm 90. Yeah, that's barley, all right. Okay, what is your growing season, barley? Okay, so barley can be harvested slightly beforehand. Well, we'll finish this field with barley. I don't know why it's on barley, but barley won't be the end of the world. But the other fields are going to put back to being wheat. Because I haven't done the math to see how good or bad barley is. I can't imagine barley as good as wheat, though, when it comes to the granary side of things. Alright, we'll go ahead and get rid of the employee to deal with this, and I'll take care of it myself now. Alright. No, I got you, commenter. Like, the whole idea of, like, you do a job and get paid, and someone else, like, expecting a cut of your paycheck just because you're family with everything. Yeah, of course no one's gonna side with that person. It's not how it works. You can see now why you wanted the bigger cedar. Yeah. This cedar is literally twice as big as the other one. Like, it took me like a real life hour to seed these fields with the other one. Which is the justification. It sets me back. In-game wise, it's not helping me make really that much more money. Technically, there's a slight improvement by not having as much in the way of repair costs. But, it doesn't directly have any real benefit in-game financially. But in real life time, by being able to get the process done faster, you know, it's just as easy to, like, turn around and be like, okay, well, we're just going to advance the days quicker. Which is the whole reason why we push for it. That's also why I went with the baler and all that. That wasn't smooth at all, that's fine. Even when I snipe it that much where I'm not getting a good pass, even that is still ultimately much larger than the other one. But yeah, so the processes we need to improve our efficiency are the switching from the plow to the cultivator. That'll be a big one. We did get our sprayer, so that meets that a good ways. And then our harvester really needs to be improved, both in the capacity as well as how much it can do per pass. So that's a big thing. Those are the two big problems we've got right now. I'm still not sure why it was switched to barley. I'm pretty sure... The only thing I can think is yesterday at the end of stream, when I parked it, I must have hit a wrong button or something and switched the... Yeah, and that's the reason we're really broke, because I had about 50,000 extra that I was going to buy a bale loader. But then we happened to get the absolute largest of the sprayers came up on the market for like a really big discount, so we bought it. It needs to be repaired, and I need to do the upgrades on it and everything. But I do have it, so that's not that big a deal. And then the added bonus we also have with it, or the other reason I'm not using it right now as well, is I do already have a bunch of solid fertilizer, so I don't really have a need to use it at all until we do have the solid fertilizer. Or so, till we're done with the solid fertilizer. So once I run out of solid fertilizer, then I'll start buying the liquid and using the liquid stuff. Better get it safe before your brother starts stealing cash. I was fortunate that I never had a problem with my siblings stealing money from me, because that would definitely be way past unacceptable. Like, not even because it's money, but, you know, it's one thing when you earn something and someone just takes it from you kind of thing. Like that is... It's the same thing as if, like, one of your siblings, like, steal some of your stuff that, like, actually is meaningful to you kind of thing. It's just like, yeah, that is... We're not on talking terms kind of thing. Yeah, so you have different fertilizers. Yeah, there's solid and liquid fertilizer. Solid fertilizer goes in, like, there's the big lime truck back there, the yellow and red, like, big container or whatever. The solid stuff goes in things like that, and then the liquid goes in the sprayers. The big advantage of sprayers is they can do herbicide, which the lime truck cannot, and the big advantage of the lime truck is it can do lime and the sprayers cannot. Is it... your brother never stole money from you, but your 73 Duster and 77 motorcycle were wide open, they felt? Like, they were just using it just in general? Because, I mean, honestly, it's still kind of garbage as well. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. When he got an Xbox for Christmas in 2018, he cried when he saw it. And when he wants to play it, I say no. Not for you, it's everyone's. I mean, I also feel like, okay, so I'd feel a little bit different about that. Like, if it is a console system in the house, like, they're not burning your safe house, but a console system in the house, and even if it's a gift to you kind of thing, unless he has, like, a reputation of breaking stuff or whatever, then, to me, that'd be something that, like, if you're not using it, then it's free game. Well, I mean, you saying he's got a Nintendo Switch, I'd feel the reverse would also be true. If he's not actively using his Nintendo Switch, like, you know, you share kind of thing. Because that's the way it worked with me and my brothers with that kind of stuff. Your situation was your clothes were shared, his were not. We never had that problem between me and my brothers. For the most part, we didn't want to wear each other's clothes. Yeah, so we didn't really run into the thing. The motorcycle, they would take it after I went to work or bed. Oh, yeah, no, absolutely not. I would take the keys with me. If it was my motorcycle, if that's what it came down to, yeah, I'd take all the... Like, I'd just take the keys with me. How's the spraying? It's not happening yet. I said we have a sprayer, not that we are spraying. Those are two completely different sentences. You think you're here surprisingly early? Okay. I know you do normally show up later in the stream and all that. I'm still annoyed that this thing got set to barley. It's still fine. It's still going to go in the granary. It's still going to make flour. I think it's slightly less efficient. But at this point, I don't want to split the field up and have like half of it barley and half of it wheat. So I'll do this on barley. The other ones will be wheat like they've been. I can go with that. You can overseed it? Well, right. But if I overseed it, I've wasted the seeds, which aren't the biggest deal. But at this point, I'm like, it's whatever. I don't think it's going to be that much of a difference that it's like, oh no, like, scrap it, don't even worry about it. Like, it's fine. I can think of way worse problems. Usually play Farm Sim for a while. Oh yeah, we had a little bit of a late start on today because I was in the middle of doing stuff in SnowRunner. I'm like, yeah, let's wrap up what we're doing in SnowRunner before it switches. Yeah, no, it was the mistake was I didn't notice it got switched. My assumption of what happened is I accidentally hit the wrong button kind of thing. Like the end of last stream and didn't notice it. That you when you share your Xbox with them on his with him on his account with all the same games but no progress as me. Your brother hits you on purpose, you get to hit him harder. I don't necessarily agree with that approach, but okay. Like, the eye for an eye is definitely not a sustainable approach. It just means you have two people missing eyes. Yeah, oh yeah, I remember that quote. An eye for eye just makes the whole world go blind. I wouldn't agree that people don't get it unless you retaliate. My answer would be people don't get it unless there are consequences. Consequences don't have to be injury. Consequences don't have to be our thing. Consequences can take other forms. And it's not that suddenly those consequences aren't adequate. Yeah, no, usually when you say retaliate, that is getting even kind of thing. Mine is that there are consequences, is the way I would phrase it. You know, your sibling hits you and then, you know, they're ground from their video game system or computer or whatever for whatever the appropriate time is, or there was something they wanted to do that they get left out because they misbehaved, or, you know, the rest of you are supposed to go out for ice cream or whatever, and they don't get to have any because, you know, they've already been warned a bunch of times not to do that. Like, whatever's appropriate. That's saying, hey, you did the naughty, you don't get the nice stuff. Well, consequences shouldn't ever be pleasant. Well, I mean, that's not true. Like, consequences are just the result of reactions. They can be positive or negative consequences. But, you know, if someone does something bad, then yeah, that's the whole idea. Like, when someone does something they're not supposed to, there's supposed to be a consequence. And the consequence can be the omission of something they want. It can be other things. You have different approaches work better for different people. It says, your friend, who... Your friend who used you, you just, you didn't go after him. Well, yeah, well, that's also another thing. There's a lot of times where a lot of people put, like, a lot more effort into some stuff they need to. The answer is if, like, I have, you know, even family, if I have, like, friend or family who just straight up wrongs me, do you know what's gonna happen? I'm just gonna not talk to them anymore. Like, if I have the option, they're not gonna be around anymore. That's just what's gonna happen. I'm definitely not someone who is, you know, blood is thicker than water. Like, don't get me wrong, I haven't had problems where I've, like, had to, like, excommunicate myself from family or anything like that. But if I ever did have, you know, one of my family members assaulted me or whatever, yeah, they're not family anymore. Because that's not a thing you do to family. Yeah, no, like I said, I think the big thing is just normally when people say the word retaliate, it's seen far more like not petty. Like, that's the thing, like, you know, retaliate is usually can be mean in a physical manner. It can also be stuff like going to that person's place of employment and making a scene to try and get them fired. Like, stuff like that usually is what you hear when you hear people say retaliate. I understand it can be more than that, but you don't typically hear that. Yeah, I haven't read Lord of the Flies yet. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Basically, there needs to be consequences. But I would still sit there and say consequences. The idea is, if you do a negative behavior, the consequences should be negative. If you do a positive behavior, the consequences should be positive. He called me up, he told me he was going to borrow your car. And that was the last straw. Borrow money off me and never pay back. Yeah, that is one lesson I can give everyone is if you're going to loan money to someone, assume that money is gone. Assume it's never being paid off. If it does get paid back, cool. But you should go into the assumption anytime you loan money to a friend, a family member, whatever, that money's never coming back. If it does, it does. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And the only reason I say that is you'll have people who loan out money they can't really afford to loan out. And then the other person, whatever the reason that they need to borrow money, keeps being that reason that they can't pay you back. And now you're both in trouble. But yeah, it's very rare it ever comes back. And a lot of times, and it's not even necessarily that the other person means to do it. It's, you know, someone's in a rough spot. And they're like, hey man, I just need you to spot me, you know, whatever amount of money. Like, I'll get you back, I'll get paid next week. Whatever the thing is. But, you know, whatever the situation is doesn't improve or continues to escalate in a bad way. And that's the whole thing. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean someone asking to borrow money means you cut ties. It depends. Obviously, in your case, they were asking for what's definitely outside of the lines of okay. You know, being like, hey, I'm borrowing your car. It's like, did you want to ask first? Because about the only person I'll let borrow my car is my wife. Because one, I know she's a safe driver. And she would be very careful with my car, so I don't... You know, if it does get damaged, I know it was like an accident, whatever, like things happen. It wasn't her just being careless or something like that. You know, two, we're married, our finances are all tangled up as is, so... You know, if she doesn't take good care of it or whatever... She's, you know, impacting herself as much as me. And so it's like, well, things. But yeah, my brothers, would I let them borrow my car? Probably not, honestly. I do trust them. I don't expect them to get a wreck or anything. But it would have to be some pretty significant circumstances where it would make sense for me to lend them my car. Now, granted, that doesn't really fit the argument, because, like, neither of them live locally, so it wouldn't make sense. There was an instance where he borrowed the car once, and it disappeared for weeks. I'd file it as stolen. Like, if he didn't get permission, I'd file it as stolen. Because if they borrowed it without asking and just took off with it for weeks, that's theft. That's what that is. That is straight up theft. That isn't someone being a jerk. They're stealing from you. Especially something like a car that you depend on for your livelihood a lot of the times. That's not a friend being a little bit loose with your stuff. That is someone straight up stealing from you. Right. No, it's like, it's a different thing, like, if you consented and maybe is a little blurry or whatever. Sure. Yeah, no, that's the other thing. Like, if I lend something, again, we're talking a car in this scenario. So again, we're talking something you might need it to get to the doctor, you might need it to get to work. Like, that is a necessity. That is not a luxury a lot of times. A lot of places you cannot survive without a car. If I go, hey, you know, person's like, hey man, I gotta get to the doctor's today, my car's not working, can I borrow your car for the day? It's like, alright, you have it for the day. I expect it back here, you know, tomorrow, like right away. And if they take it for like more than a day, I would call them and say, hey, here's the deal, this car's gonna be back in my driveway by the end of the day, or there will be police looking for you. Like, I loaned it for you today. Those are the terms, and that was me being generous. If you need it for longer, that's what you should have asked. and we could have had that discussion, because I probably also need my car. The whole consent is key. If someone takes your things, whether it's they take them without permission or they take them with the agreement they'll return them, and they deliberately prolong that, you know, despite your protest, either of those is still violating consent. They no longer have the authority, or they no longer have the authorization to keep using it. Someone says, if I loan something to someone, they have agreed upon time of 2 days. First day, I call them to remind them to return it. Third day, the police get called. I mean, something like a car, I would actually agree with that. You know, something smaller like, hey, you know, you borrowed my tape measure. Like, obviously, I wouldn't call the cops on a person after a day or two. But something like a car, it's like, nah, man. that's anywhere from thousands to tens of thousands of dollars. Nah, you don't play nice with that. It's like someone stealing your house. It's like, nah, look. But yeah. Now, it's one of those things, you gotta take care of yourself. Like, by all means, try to take care of everyone around you can and are willing to and able to. But, like, there's the whole thing that you can't help others until you can help yourself. Like, if you are barely hanging on by a thread, you're not gonna do much to help anyone else. And that goes for, if you lose your ability to get to work because you're helping someone else, which granted, when they take that from you, is not the same thing. It's still a no. Yeah, I knew him as kids, but I'm glad I cut ties. Happy he's no longer calling me for favors. I've had a couple of friends like that. Nothing that bad where, like, because I wouldn't loan my car to someone anyways. There's certain things that is a line to cross. But I did definitely have a couple of friends who the only time the phone would ring is when they needed something of me. Like, it was never to call and say, like, hey man, how are you doing, or anything like that. It's like, hey, my computer's not working. And you're like, look, I'm sorry. We don't talk for 3-4 years, and you call me to let me, you know, to see if I can't drive half across the state to check on your computer? Come on, man. Getting a computer service is not that expensive. Me driving over there is half the cost of you to have that taken into the shop. But I had a friend who did that like 3 or 4 times. They'd fall off the radar, they'd call, ask me to fix their computer, and then fall off the radar for another 2, 3, 4 years, and then ask me to fix their computer. And like that, I'd already reached the point with like family that outside, and I should, you know, quantify this. So if I knew, say for example, like if my dad called me with everything he's got going on with health and all that, just, you know, age is age. And he said, hey, you know, I'm trying to deal with my computer, I'm having problems, can you help me out? No question. Absolutely. As soon as I can get over there, I'll take care of you. I understand. You're not in a great place. I got you. But, like, when you have the family member who's just, like, you know, you're at, like, Thanksgiving, it's like, hey, can you drop by and fix my Wi-Fi? It's like, man, I know you got money. Why are you bothering me to try and get a freebie? Come on. My time has value. When I used to be willing, as like, all right, you know, there's my rates. Like, but we're family. It's like, uh-huh. And just as, like, my time has money, like, you're asking me to interrupt my day, that's fine. I'm okay with that. I'm willing to give you a lower rate than I'd charge other people. But at the same time, you know, be respectful. If I asked you to work on my car, you'd expect me to pay you. It goes both ways. Oh, but you're just going to sit down in a chair and do a couple things on the computer. It's like, yeah, and it's less expensive for me to work on your computer than it is for you to replace a part in my car. Still. Because you know what I don't want to do when I'm visiting family for, like, Thanksgiving? I don't want to work on computers. I want to enjoy the day off. And again, it's different if it's like you're visiting grandma, she can't really get around anymore, she's not exactly doing great financially. Sure, whatever. Absolutely fine. No problem, no question, I'll be there. Don't worry about spending a dime. And grandma will also still try and pay you. Even if you say, don't worry about it. Versus other people who have the expectation you'll do it for free because you're family. There's a difference. I'll do it for free for grandma. Because I know she's not trying to just do it on the cheap. She just doesn't know enough to do it herself or how to ask people to fix it and all that. Here says, your brother had the issue of being called family wanting computer maintenance, but then he got a call to remove evidence from your cousin's computer, and told me Auntie he isn't touching. Oh yeah, no, absolutely, like 100%. I'm lucky I never ran into this. If I ever had a situation where I got called in for a tech job, and they're like, hey man, like I need you to clean this hard drive, like, you know, and it could be that they told me up front what the issue was. It could also be, you know, that I stumbled across it as I was doing the maintenance. I can't tell you the number of times, like, you're not snooping on people, but, like, they'll be like, oh, hey, I'm having problems. Can you back up my docs folder and my pictures folder? And you go, yeah, like, you're just trying to get it fixed, your backup's not working? No problem, I'll get your backups. And so you go to the pictures folder to back it up, and, like, right there, they've got, like, full-on nude stuff. You're like, I'm not looking for it. You literally told me to go into work on this folder. Did you expect me to not click on the folder to, like, check what's going on to make sure I can move the files and what sizes and all that, so I'm putting on medium it can store on? Yeah, the amount of nude you do see while doing file transfer. And it's like, 100%, you're not looking for, it's like, look, I don't want to... Sometimes you run into cases where it's like, I didn't want to see this. I want to go back in time to when I didn't see this. You know, family member or friend or whatever that you just don't look at in that way. Like, I wish I could go back to the time in my brain where that was not a thing. But you can't. And I get it. Some people genuinely just forget they even have those pictures that they took for their boyfriend or girlfriend or whatever. And they fully just forgot, and you're just like, okay. But, Usei says, if a person is asking me to mess with a folder that knowingly have nudes in it, I'm charging like $500. Well, it's also a thing if a person, I understand why they don't want you. They don't want you snooping around in there looking for the, you know, the adult stuff. But, like, if you know I'm going to be getting into stuff that I'm probably not going to want to see, you know, give me the heads up. Because there are things I can do to give extra steps to kind of avoid seeing them. And yeah, you have to go by my trust or hover over my shoulder to make sure I'm not doing that, but... hopefully people lock that folder. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff you can do. Lock it, make it a compressed folder, so that way I have to go out of my way to decompress it. Now granted, that's Windows does that out of the box nowadays easy. But there's all that stuff. I did not ask to see Auntie in that position. Luckily I never had that with family, but I did have that with friends. I'm like, yeah, you know, I don't look at you that way. It's like, it's cool that you and your partner have that, but like, I didn't need to be part of this. And then you have that awkward thing of like, okay, do you say something to that person? Be like, hey, look, I wasn't trying to see stuff. You had it right there for me. Or do you just play it off like you didn't see anything at all? Most of the time, I just pretended I never saw anything because it's just going to be awkward for them. We can just both pretend that I just didn't see it, they didn't accidentally send me to it, and just leave it all alone. It's not going to change anything in anyone's lives one way or another. Just, it is what it is. Hey, BWM, how's it going? I always have to stop for a second because my mind wants to make that BMW, and then that's not what it is. Yeah, you also don't want it to be any more awkward than it is. It depends. I didn't ever have a consistent behavior in how I dealt with it. Now, granted, in the entire time I did computer repair, I ran into it like 3 times. And the one, actually, to their credit, I was still working on their computer, and she sent me a message, and she's like, I'm so sorry. Just so you know, there's some pictures in that folder you know, like, you're probably not looking for it. I was like, yeah, I ran into those. It's like, don't worry, you know, like, I'm not... It's like, you know, I realized they were there. I just did my best to ignore them, to keep them out of the way. You know, she was all super embarrassed about it, but it was like, it's whatever. The other 2, I don't even know if they realized they had that stuff in there, or they just didn't care. Yeah, yours are in 4 folders deep with the fake name. Well, that's the other thing, is nest those things. Bury them. If they're buried, I'm not going to bump into them. It's usually stuff when it's like the pictures folder right at the top. I'm like, okay, that's fine. But, like, if you're going to have me copy all the stuff in that folder over, just know I'm gonna at least see the file name go by. More than likely, I'm going to see a bunch of the files, just with how the tech works. Now, granted, nowadays, yeah, I could use command prompt or terminal or whatever and do it. But when you're dealing with that kind of thing, you're not going to take the time to go that route. You're to just go on the floor and be like, copy, paste, and be done with it. The really awkward part is when your friend asks, what did you think? Yeah, the one who did mention it to me, you could tell there was definitely play back and forth on, she was both going, like, she was curious to have, like, a third party who didn't have anything, say anything, but also extremely embarrassed. So I left it alone. She never outright asked, so I wasn't going to outright answer, because that would very much get weird. Like, if she wasn't asking, she's just embarrassing and being, like, embarrassed and being weird about it. If you turn around, I was like, you know, they were pretty good. Like, they were solid pictures. You got nothing to be. Yeah, so I'm a 10, right? Yeah, you know, you're an 8 or whatever. Yeah, no, I wouldn't do that. I mean, it would be different if, like, just, it felt like leading questions kind of thing, where it's like, you didn't accidentally share those files. Everything else was organized. Why were these the only files in this folder you asked me to back up? Look, if you want to hit on me, hit on me. Like, we don't need to be coy. Obviously not now. I'm very married. But yeah. Listen, it's personal, you know, the personal consensual stuff, I care less. I'd be more afraid of coming across. Yeah, no, that's, I won't say the things that were specifically mentioned there, but we will say illicit stuff that you would definitely not want to see. That's one I never ran into, luckily. If I ran into something that was very, like, particularly illicit stuff, we will we'll avoid, like, the extreme stuff, like that the person was trying to think of something, like that the person had been involved in burglary or whatever, or had been involved in assault or something like that. We'll go with those. Those aren't as extreme. But, you know, you'd have evidence that they did something like that. Oh, heck yeah, I'm turning you in. I'm absolutely turning you in. I never ran into that situation. 100%. If I was working on your computer and, like, you know, had, like, the entire thing where you were discussing back and forth, like, this isn't something I'd realistically run into, because I'm not going to be snooping in your files anyways. But, like, you know, you had this whole conversation about organizing a bank robbery and how you're going to go in there armed and everything, and, you know, had read that there had been a bank robbery that day. Yeah, I'm turning you in. I'm turning you in on the spot. Now, if it was that you had, you know, you had scored some drug and that, you know, you and your buddies, I don't care. You have fun. It doesn't hurt me. It's not hurting anyone else. That's fine. Like, if I had read something that you're dealing to children, yeah, I'm turning you in as well. Because it's one of those things that you can actually get yourself in trouble if you know someone has committed a crime and you're deliberately withholding information. That can get you in trouble. Will it often get you in trouble? Not typically, but it can. And I'm not about to fall on, like, you know, die on a sword for you. And someone expecting me to do so also is asking for an unreasonable ask. Oh yeah, no, if they're my friend and they did something like awful like that, yeah, we're not friends anymore. Like, you know, friend, family member, whatever. If I find out like one of my family members committed assault and got away with it or something, yeah, I mean, even if they didn't get away with it, like they had straight up been awful about it, like a serious charge, I'm like, yeah, no, we're not talking anymore. Like, we share biological family members, but also we are not family anymore. I am not willing to just overlook stuff like that. Like, obviously, sometimes that stuff gets way more complicated than it's being presented, and there's, you know, circumstances that you can get to those gray areas where it's like it's still wrong, but there was a lot of stuff that led into it and that, and sure, that kind of thing can happen. But if you did something that's like, no, that is something I am absolutely not okay with, like, yeah, I'm not going to suddenly be okay with it. So do you remember when your mother pointed out a girl had been hitting on you after the fact? It was super weird. I think that, not necessarily their mother, I think that happens to a lot of people, is a lot of people are fairly oblivious to when people are dropping hints, which is one of the reasons don't drop hints. Like, you don't need to be like sleazier about it or anything, but be open. Like, you could just say, hey, you know, you seem like a cool person, you know, I would be interested in getting to know you more. It's totally okay for you to say no. Don't do it at their place of work while they're working. It's kind of a jerk thing to do. Don't do that in front of their friends or family. Kind of a jerk thing to do. Just, you know, do that. If they say no, congratulations, that's that. You don't follow up with it. You leave it alone. They said no. If they say, hey, I'm not in a great place right now, maybe, like, you know, check back with me, like, you know, give me a little bit. Okay, take him for their word. Give them whatever seems appropriate for what they said, you know, couple weeks, couple months, like whatever, and hit them back up. And if they say it again, then take the hint and leave it. Or you can sit there and say, all right, no problem. Just know their interest is there. When you feel you're in a better place, you know, drop me a line. But definitely, if they say no, leave it alone. Move on with your life. You good, dude? I mean, it's like common courtesy thing. It's really sad that so much of that stuff, it's like, this should just be like the default behavior of people. It's like, oh man, you're one of the good ones. Like, really? I've set the bar really low here. The bar is basically be respectful. There's not even a gram more than that. Just being respectful of others. And it's a pretty big ask, unfortunately. But it do be like that. I mean, you're not wrong. But a good part of it is standing up for it and telling other people. Oh yeah, absolutely. Let's see, when you're younger, in your late teens, you had a classmate hit on you. You finished high school, took a national exam, and it was actually the last part of the exam, and I was randomly thinking about her. Then I realized it happens. It happens. You'll go, wait a second. That person was hitting on me. I've missed the opportunity. Like that ship has long since sailed. But that person was absolutely hitting on me in that moment. Huh. And it can also be one of those things where you're like, okay, you know, they were hitting on me, but maybe in that moment, me just being oblivious was for the best because, you know, there are good people who are just not, they're not what you're looking for, is the way I will put it. Nothing wrong with them, nothing wrong with you, but, you know, it's just not a match. The field seems squishy. Yep. The bar is low, and yet you're dancing limbo with the devil. I have not heard that, and that is amazing. You're definitely late bloomer? Yeah. That's a great quote line. I could, if I remember that, which is a big if I remember that, that's what I could see getting mileage out of. It's an excellent one. It's just, the problem is, by the time stream's over, it'll be, like, here and gone. Streams take a while. The field seems squarish. Yeah. This is our small field. I think in the longest term, this field will go away. The little dinky one here. More than likely, we'll put more production lines, sell points, stuff like that here. That field in front of me, we're going to shorten it slightly. You know, maybe other stuff happens, but we'll shorten it slightly so the rock stops being problems. And that field behind me, that'll probably actually get way bigger. What I'll probably do in the long run is there's that rock over there in the next tile over. I'll probably extend all the way to that rock, and then almost all the way up to that hill where the trees are. I'll leave enough space so we can get a road past it. Yeah, we're normally I'd want the worker to take all this over. I've got nothing else to work on right now other than working on these fields because I need to plow. So actually, no, I don't need. So what I need to do is I need to fertilize these other fields. Does it cost much to make fields? So making the fields costs almost nothing. It's the same, like the same as it's literally just plowing the ground like you would normally. You just hit a button that says, hey, instead of just plowing the existing field, I'd like to make a new one, and there's no additional cost. So there is, like, the fuel and the maintenance and all that, but out of all of your expenses, it's pretty minor. Your big expenses when it comes to that is, one, if you're using the AI for labor, that adds up pretty fast. The fertilizer tends to be one of your bigger expenses as well. It can cost you a couple thousand for a decent-sized field to fertilize it. But at the same time, you're spending a couple thousand to get like an extra 10, 20,000 sometimes. That's just the cost of doing business. What else are big? I mean, your equipment, buying and repairing them, they get expensive. Like, the repairing your equipment, especially late game, or not late game, as your stuff gets worn out, can add up quite a bit. But it's not bad. It's literally when you see me where I have, like, the sorghum over there we're going to need to plow. It's the exact same process. The only difference is I kind of have to, like, draw it the first time that I do the laps with the plow. And instead of, you know, instead of doing it where I already have a field, I just dig the plow down into the grass with the thing saying make a new field. And wherever I drag it, it makes a new field. The reason they're mostly rectangular for me is those are the fields the AI seems to do the best with. So I do try and keep in mind the limitations of the AI when I design my fields. Not perfect. Like this field I'm working on right now is a particularly bad field for the AI. It's just too close to that building and too close to that rock, which is the reason I think I'm going to get rid of it. Does new land cost much? It can. For this map, if we zoom out, so this is, I own 3 tiles. And then, you know, another tile like that is 85,000, which is a decent amount. But when you consider, like, good equipment usually costs at least 100,000, comparatively speaking, it's not horrible. Yeah, if you can afford it, it's 50 hours is when the maintenance cost maxes out in your equipment. And it just slowly goes from like 1 times maintenance cost to, as you get more and more hours on it, gets more and more expensive. So it is kind of one of those things that it is worth replacing equipment periodically. Now that said, it depends on the cost for equipment. Relatively inexpensive equipment maintenance costs, even when they're like 6 times, still aren't much. Like, I have that trailer. It's getting up there in years, but even like really bad repairs only cost me like $100 or so who cares? But something like a tractor that'll cost you $300,000-$400,000 to buy, the maintenance is based on, I believe, the total value of the equipment. So like this tractor, when I get down to about a third to half repair, we're already talking like $4,000 or $5,000. So it is a thing. And most of your equipment you do want to repair. Every piece of equipment based on the maintenance will have penalties. So like your harvester and its header, if you don't repair them, you lose part of your harvest. You just don't get as high of yield, because the idea is you're kind of ruining it with the harvester. Or it's like falling out the back, whatever. Jacob says, I think the problem is most of tractors you can afford or a downgrade. Yeah, that's the problem, is we got this tractor on an extremely good bargain. And we haven't had another one that's been reasonably comparable or better. That was a bargain while I had money. We had once or twice, we had some really good ones that are like 500 horsepower, like monsters show up. But they still cost like 100-something thousand. And at, the time they showed up, I'd be sitting at like 30,000, which is just not a gap I was going to be able to fill. All right. Let's go top off the seeds, and then I'll let the AI take over the last field. And I'm going to try and take our medium tractor that's really not well suited for doing the fertilizer, and I'm going to try and do it anyways, just so I don't have to wait on that as well. If I have to, I have to. Alright. Yeah, no, that's fine. Eventually we'll either get another good used one or just be able to save up for a new one that's good. Because I don't know with where we messed up, we accidentally put down barley on the first field. I don't think that'll affect our profit line that much. But, very genuinely, with a lot of the equipment we have here right now, or the produce we're having here right now, we pulled in about $120,000 the last harvest profit. So we're looking pretty good on that regards. I'm gonna go ahead and do this field first since it's right in front of me. So you need to hold like $100,000 or more to check every sleep for a good deal? Basically, but I'm not deliberately like holding on to it for that. What I'm pretty much doing is, when I get enough money to get a meaningful upgrade, I'll just buy the meaningful upgrade. Better to get the meaningful upgrade I can guarantee than the potentially better upgrade that I may or may not ever see. At least that's my approach. Yeah, and that's what I figured, is that the barley wouldn't be as good as the wheat, but shouldn't be terrible. Yeah, now, generally speaking, getting yourself a decent upgrade now, you know, instead of a really good upgrade later, most of the time will pay off. It really depends, like how big a difference there is between the upgrades. Yeah, so the barley won't give me as much money, but eh. Like using consumables when you get RPGs? Yeah, it's the classic RPG problem. If you get your high potions, and you're like, no, I'm going to save that high potion for when I really need it. And just you keep saving, and then just, it never happens. Or that you never buy the little potions. No, you're not going to buy the little potions. You're going to save up for the really good potion. And a lot of times those little potions will go way farther than the big potion. The big potion is for the oh crap moment. But the little potions, for all like those little times you're like, oh no, my character's gonna die in the next hit, I don't actually really need to top them off. I just need to get them enough life to survive this hit so I can finish this fight. Or for my other character to land their really big heal or whatever. Alright. And the problem is why I don't use this tractor to do this normally, is you'll notice sometimes when I'm trying to turn, that the tractor like literally goes sideways and gets pushed. It's because this is just way too heavy for this this little tractor, and I can't put a counterweight on it to balance the weight out a bit better. It's just one of the limitations of this tractor, is there's nowhere to shove a weight other than on the back, which defeats the point, because then you can't put a tool on it. Let's see, Jawar says, from what I've seen, every time you get paid, there's just so many options of what to buy. Yeah, a big problem with that is just the nature of the scenario, where I have such limited money. If I was playing this on like a normal scenario where we could have like $1 million like right to start, you know, you start with your $500,000-$600,000, you get your early cash and all that kind of thing that you can just like really scale up quickly, which isn't a negative or anything. It's just the nature of the normal run is money, while you still won't have unlimited of it, it's nowhere near as tight. You can actually sit there and just, you know, very, very quickly turn around and go, okay, give me not the biggest harvester, but give me a nice, decent-sized harvester, give me a nice, decent-sized tractor, give me a nice, decent-sized this. Like, skip everything to, like, middle of the pack-ish right for you going. And so it's like, okay, I can get a bigger cultivator, but it's not that urgent. Like, you end up in that situation where it's like, yeah, I can get the bigger one, but it's only gonna be like a 10% improvement in my productivity or whatever. So, nowhere near a big deal. Versus me, you know, going from the seeder I have to a better seeder is like literally doubling the speed at which I can do the seeding. So it's just like a huge upgrade. Because, like, right now, honestly, we're just trying to break into using the cultivators as opposed to the plow, just to make it more efficient, because the cultivators go faster and have better coverage, and the AI doesn't slam its head against the wall trying to figure out how to use it. There's a reason why I think a lot of players, as long as they're able to, will use the cultivator, or that. Change the size of the fertilizers to save. I don't think this one you can. I know the sprayers you can. I don't think the big one here that you can't. Is Florida getting a freeze on Tuesday? Not that I've noticed, but I haven't exactly watched. We can see. Some of them you can adjust the size, some you can't. Yes, this one doesn't have a size adjustment on it. The sprayers you can. They usually have like 2 or 3 different sizes you can set them for or whatever. It's one of the negative limitations of the spreader. Yeah, and I haven't particularly noticed a freeze coming in. It's pretty rare we get a freeze this far down. Like, the Panhandle sometimes gets freezes. And it's not that it never happens, but it's... Usually you don't have to look around. People are always doing that. It says, this is Conundrums. You have Dyson Sphere, not counting the new thing, but rip up and change everything on the planet for a few points of productivity, or leave it and move on. Oh, I usually leave it and move on. I just live here. I'm originally from Detroit, but moved down here. My parents moved down here so my father could take over my grandfather's business. And then just work-wise, Central Florida was a good place for me to be for tech for a long time. So that went well. I finally reached the point that I wanted to move out of the state, and I was actually working on doing that when I met Tomb. And, you know, she's, the nature of her work, there's only a handful of places she can find jobs that aren't a major step back in her career. So it kind of does kind of pigeonhole us into being here. How long you been together married? 11 years. As that's married, not even, like, dating or whatever. Dating would be 13 years. Basically, dinosaurs roamed the earth, and, dirt was new. Not a negative way, it's just been a long time. Yeah, so the nature of her work, you know, she's got herself on a really good career path and everything, that most of the places I would end up relocating for opportunities for me, not counting the content creation, but on the dev side, don't really have, you know, stuff that would be equivalent to her job. She'd have to take a step down. Where I can find work in software dev anywhere. But, you know, certain places are where you find, like, really good opportunities. Most of the other places are okay. It's one of the reasons why so many people move to tech hubs like, you know, Oregon, Washington, parts of New York. Even Central Florida still to this day has a pretty strong tech presence. You know, stuff like that. There's others, like Boston's another big one as well. Montreal. Yeah, I wasn't even getting into places like, you know, Europe has, there's places in Ireland that are really big tech hubs. There's places in Germany that are big tech hubs. You know, there's lots of places all over. But it is those things that usually if you're trying to land yourself, like, the better paying jobs in tech, those are the places you're going for the most part. Not that you can't find them outside there, but the vast majority of time, like, you have tech cluster because that's where people with those skills go, that's where the companies looking for those skills go, so it kind of is a, you know, feedback loop. You know, versus if I go out into more rural area like farm areas, not that there isn't tech jobs, there are, but I'm going to typically have much less options. Not counting remote work, which is one of the big wins with the remote work, is that is really changing the entire distribution of certain jobs. Where it used to be, you had to go to the place where the job was, but when remote is an option, you can just go anywhere that has at least a passable internet connection. which in a lot of ways has been great for a lot of the communities that are a little bit more rural that have been struggling financially. They just, you know, the money's all leaving them and none was coming in. That a lot of them have had people from tech move into the more rural areas, and those have been like an influx to their economies where you've had a lot of especially towns that they had an industry they're built around that's not as relevant anymore. So like if you go to places like Ohio that were built entirely around coal, and you know coal has been on the outs forever, you know, they've been really struggling. But having that new money being brought in has helped the local economies. Yeah, no, I get the whole thing about the housing going up and all that. Like, it's not all good news. But I can tell you from watching cities slowly implode because they were a one industry town, and that industry fell apart around them. You know, you can have dirt cheap housing prices, but you're kind of in a town where your youth are kind of doomed. Like, their only option is to leave town. Like, that's their future is to ditch. There isn't a reason to stay. There isn't opportunities to stay. The only jobs they'll be able to find to stay is, like, getting paid minimum wage at, like, the local diner, and that's pretty much it. That's pretty much their opportunity. It's that or leave. Which not all towns are like that, not just being rural in general. But there are ones that you have to be interested in the one business in town. Like if you're an agricultural town, you've got you've got a couple supporting businesses, and then you've got food, which I guess would be a supporting business. So if the individual doesn't happen to be into agriculture, it's kind of, they can be miserable there doing something they don't want to do or leave. Which then you have an aging town where all the kids leave and no one stays, and that creates its own problem. The Rust Belt? The Rust Belt definitely has its problems going on. A lot of them have pivoted, though. There's parts of the Rust Belt that have, you know, they've got their towns, their one industry towns that are imploding. But then there's a lot of them who did look ahead and go, oh, this, you know, we can see the problems that this industry isn't going to be around forever. Or even then, they see other towns struggle and they go, hey, we don't want to be in the position where this is a likely outcome that we can, you know, our one industry, like either someone outcompetes us or it falls out of favor or whatever, and then suddenly we're struggling. Ashushu saying, distribution centers chemical manufacturing is taking off in the Rust Belt. Yeah, so there's places where they're pivoting alright. But it's almost like for every town that you have that is smart enough to realize, hey, you know, we're a one industry town, and especially when that industry is threatened, we need to like do something to change. You'll have just as many towns who, no, you know, my father was of this, my grandfather was of this, his grandfather was of this, and I'll be this too, and you're going, right, that's fine, but like, we don't need that anymore. Or if we need it, we need far less of it now, and it becomes a problem. Or just the location you're working at that they're pulling those materials is tapped out. Let's see, here in New Zealand, we don't have even 6 million people. Many travelers overseas to continue their career. Yep. Well, that happens. Because that's what it's talking about, where you can have one industry cities, you can have countries the same way. I wouldn't say that's true of New Zealand. They have, I know New Zealand has a pretty solid agricultural. They also have some pretty solid game companies in there. The tourism is definitely huge. It's definitely not a one industry town, or one industry, not town, one industry country. But even then, there's definitely things that if you're interested in doing that aren't available there. But that's true of a lot of countries. And sometimes the only reason it's true is that specific country there is an important resource that is just not available. Oh, I actually wanted to repair it. It will repair these later. You know, there'll be an important resource that you need for whatever that job is that is just not available locally, and you could have it imported, but it'd be cost prohibitive, so you just move the industry to the location where that thing is available. All right. So let's check our calendar. So the sorghum doesn't get planted again until April. So I got all the time in the world to deal with the sorghum. So we'll deal with that. So right now I don't see a need to deal with anything else here. We've got all of our fields. They are fertilized, they are seeded. That field needs to be dealt with when it comes to clear the mill. We did clear the mill at the start of the day, so I wasn't going to worry about it right then. We'll clear it again in a minute. That reminds me about the old statistic population. Norway is 6 million, population of London 7 million. Yeah, that's you run into that type of thing quite a bit where you compare two places and one's giant but there's almost no one there. Indoor plumbing on the Magic Bus when? Never. In the Magic Bus, we are certainly using, oh, what is it called? A compost toilet. Real life me shudders at the idea of it. Like, I like the environmental consideration of it, but also gross. Alright, so we've got 26 more things of flour popping out. Yeah, you run into that a lot where people will compare populations based on the land size, and not the density and everything. And you have to stop back and, like, that was, they have graphs out there that are showing, like, the population density of the US kind of thing. And you'll look at it, and it'll be like, there's this one area, they'll take, like, one district of, like, New York City, and it'll be like, there is as many people in this little box as there is to have, like, the entire, like, center of the US combined. It's like, this is the population distribution. It's like, there are just as many people in the tiny little box as, like, a third of the land in the country. Now, granted, part of that's because a third of the land in the middle of the country is, like, desert and all that, and no one wants to be there. Or it's, you know, it's just endless farmland of fields of, like, wheat and corn and soy and whatever. Which is fine, there's nothing wrong with that, by all means. But it's usually, like, when comparing, you know, what different people want or whatever, that's like, we should probably take into consideration the actual people and not the ground. Just because this big open area of desert is big doesn't mean they should have authority over the other. And vice versa, but still. Pattern says, imagine a place one-third the size of Texas and the entire fifth of the population of the U.S. and call it the United Kingdom. I actually have no idea what the statistics work out to be any of that. But yeah, no, it wouldn't surprise me. There's a bunch of cases like that. There's, one of the things that does happen when people travel to the U.S., especially into the Midwest area from, like, Europe or whatever, is a lot of people, you get to where you get out into that open in the Midwest where you get to, like, you know, the endless farmland and all that kind of stuff, where the only sign of civilization is the one telephone pole running down the side of the road for miles and miles and miles. And it is weird for them because that's just not a thing you run in over there. You don't have places where there's, you know, several hundred miles of nothing but farms. Or, if not farms, several hundred miles of empty desert. Okay. As much... Let's check. Okay. If we look... So we're good on water for right now. So they're trying to check. So the sorghum needs to be planted in April. I don't have another task to work on until then. So there's not the whole...
Thank you B_type13x2 for subscribing for 17 months.
Alright.
I have come to volunteer on the farm. You can pay me 1/24 pack of Bud Light per day and no drug tests.
Thank you, B-Type, for the tier 1 sub. That's 17 months you've been subbed to the channel. I really do appreciate that continued support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that. You're talking about Brazil? Because it sounds a lot like here. Oh yeah, no, when you get into South America, it's the same thing. It's the American continent in general. Continents, I guess there's two of them. You know, and I actually don't know how you count. The point is the American continents, if you actually go into them and all that, that generally speaking, we do have collectively huge amounts of like open land compared to a lot of places. But you bear with me, I still owe the one Lego from earlier I forgot about. That's on me. And then I owe another Lego for that. So thank you so much for those subs. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. We're over halfway to our sub goal for the day, so that's pretty fun. Yeah, the AI take that over for a minute. And meanwhile, we got the two Lego parts. Let's see, your brother-in-law is from Minnesota. We joke, we call it Canada Guns outside St. Paul. It's like SnowRunner map where you live on. Oh yeah, you can get to like things. If you want to know what purgatory is, drive across Saskatchewan. You drive 8 hours and see nothing but barley. Well, that's kind of the same thing when it's like you're in the middle of the U.S. So you have both the coasts and like the South Coast as well as also. But you go anywhere across those northern states and all that, you can go for like hours and hours and hours and just see fields and fields. You won't see the farmhouses; they're there, but like you'll see fields and fields and fields of this off-road that goes to the farmhouse. And then you'll see fields and fields and fields and that kind of thing. And if you happen to take major roads, every once in like several hundred miles, you might hit like that little town that's got like the gas station, the rest stop, maybe a grocery store, some type of supply store, like a little teeny tiny store there, like that kind of thing. I can't remember. There's literally a name for it that it's like something hypnosis, which is when you're driving down those roads that everything is just very the same. That become dangerous, that they literally put you into a state of hypnosis where you're just like zoned out, and that's people get in accidents because of it. That's just like how samey it is in a lot of those places where it's just corn for days, soy for days, wheat for days. Yeah, it's like basically visual white noise, as Ezra was saying. Highway hypnosis? Yeah, like, and it's a genuine problem, but it's just the nature of the middle. There's no elegant waterways to like get to half of it, so there's like that travel route's gone. There's not a whole lot of things that draw people in outside of like agriculture, agricultural tourism. Uche, Utah, you'd see where people just swerve off the road and do donuts before getting back to the highway, just salt flats and nothing. What's the AI doing? The AI is really bad at using the plow, so the AI is just doing bad at plow things. Alright, so I owe 2 Lego pieces, so let me go ahead and switch the camera, and I'm going to work on that. I'm not going to be able to talk to you particularly well because this mic doesn't swivel enough while it's happening, so you're going to see some Lego stuff happening, and I'll fill you in a moment. So let's switch our cameras, because the AI is just going to go back and forth. We'll clean up the mess when we're done, and let's go check that out. So the first thing I've got is those 2 things. These don't count as parts. They're things I meant to put on earlier, but we'll go ahead and get that. Alright, so the two new parts are the little white caps on the top of that. Alright, so we're all caught up in our parts, so we're now where we should be with that. But yeah, so we've got everything's assembled now of the parts except the helicopter thing. Yeah, Jaywalker saying, yeah, there's a highway here along the lower part of South Australia and Western Australia that you see a car coming, then you pass each other like 20 minutes later. Yeah, that's not so much during the farm part, because the farms, a lot of them have like mild rolling hills, that kind of thing. But you do see that down in the deserted areas, like in the southern U.S., the central part of the U.S., that if you're not really close to the shore, but we're in like the deserty parts, that you can run into areas where it's like, you know, classic where it's like there's not another rest stop for 300 miles, and it'll just be like a straight road, like no meaningful hills or anything, and just sand and like cactus and such. And you can drive for hours and hours and see absolutely nothing. And you might make out a tiny car in the distance. And you'll question if you see a car or not, or if it's just your imagination. So you kind of get there. Alright, I'm going to take this over since we don't have a whole lot of money. And the AI is painful to watch. I'd do a better job of plowing than the AI, even after drinking a 24-pack. Yeah, the AI is certainly something. You think the AI lied on their resume? Little bit. Or it was, I think I mentioned it on the channel a while back. This is probably going back, maybe a week now, maybe not quite, somewhere around a week. That I actually had a recruiter reach out. It was by email, not by phone. But I had a recruiter reach out, and they were like, hey, we think you'd be a good fit to be an agricultural instructor. That the entire premise of the job was basically teaching how to operate, maintain, yada yada, you know, agricultural equipment. And I'm like, okay, I have questions. Like, why, what made you think I was the person to reach out for with my working experience? Like, yes, I do actually have, like, educational theory and that kind of thing in my background. And that part, sure, I can see where you picked up on instructor, absolutely. But what in my history made you think I would have a clue about anything agricultural so far as enough to train others to do it? Do I know how to work a plow? Not this kind. The kind you operate yourself? Sure. Do I know how to operate a tiller? The same type you use by hand that has just like a motor that's awful to use and no one does? Sure. I know how to do that. I used to sell them. The moment you get to anything commercial, not a clue. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, so it's... Do you play Farm Sim? It's like, look, man, it's hard times hiring people who have both educational background and agriculture. We're willing to settle. You played a video game starring it once. That puts you well above the qualifications of most of the other candidates. Nah. But it was just one of those things, you kind of scratch your head like, but why? Why would you reach out to me for this role? No, I would probably agree. So I'm saying it's easier to train someone with knowledge on how to train people. Like there's certain skills that are easier to teach than others. That doesn't mean either of them aren't skills or anything like that either, just to be clear. But teaching someone to be a good teacher is a really hard skill. Like, people really underestimate how difficult it is to teach people how to teach. We're not even talking about, like, managing classrooms and children. We're talking like literally, even if everyone involved is an adult who's well-meaning, yada yada yada. Being good at teaching is its own skill, and it is a dang hard skill to be good at. Like, that's, I used to give a conference talk that it had a whole bunch of stuff that got into, like, teaching theory and that. But really, kind of the core part of the thought was being good at something and being, like, a subject matter expert doesn't mean you're going to be any good at teaching people. That you do have to put in the time, you know, to make sure you're preparing your materials right, to take into understanding that the person you are teaching does not have your knowledge. And so you can't just assume they're going to do best practices and everything. A lot of times, we do take a step-by-step process in teaching things, entirely because trying to, like, shortcut to the finish line ends up being problematic. That you don't understand why certain things are important. You don't understand, like, how things work in a way that you do need to in order to be fundamentally capable of the job. Now, I'm not saying you need to get into, like, we've had the classes that, like, you're basically just going into the history of crap, and no one needs to know that. That's fun textbook regurgitating garbage, but, like, knowing a technology was made by this company or that company or whatever is not particularly important to being able to actually use that technology. Knowing what years it was made, not particularly important to being able to use that technology. But being able to know, hey, like, this is how when you get an object, how it's processed and gotten rid of and recycled and done all that stuff, ends up being important, because if you don't know that, you do pretty horrific things that are horribly ineloquent when it comes to dealing with optimization and all that later on. So Adam's saying, can I explain what I'm doing? If you have to train someone? Let's see, I have them work side by side and explain the process. I can't train someone without them working next to me, or remotely screen sharing. Yeah, but there's also a difference between training someone to being able to repeat what you're doing, and another thing to be able to train them to understand what you're doing. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. You know, understand what you're doing and why you're doing it, and that there are alternatives and all that. Like, there's different levels of knowledge. And being able to repeat a task does not necessarily garner that they understand it. You know, or they don't understand the why, or, you know, they don't have enough knowledge to come up with alternatives to accomplish the same goal, and yada yada yada. Which isn't me bad-mouthing the training there, it's just, when it comes to, like, properly training someone, it is a whole thing. But that is, like, a big part of the talk I was giving was that, you know, once you hit a certain level of expertise in a skill, it is really difficult to take the step back of going, put your brain in the point where you didn't know what you were doing. And from that point, how do you teach this? Like, how do you get someone to understand this? I've done a sloppy job, so I'm not actually making the AI look that much worse than me. Honestly, if I remember correctly, this is actually the field the AI does relatively well with. Like, it's the only field the AI does relatively well with. But it is the field that the AI does relatively well with. Because we went out of our way with this field to try and set up so where the AI could handle it. At least the AI can keep the line straight. Yeah, that's my problem. Is hopping between chat and all that. I mess up the lines. In February, you'll be teaching a person who hasn't used computers much on how to use the planner and estimator. Yeah, it's a thing. You can teach someone to repeat, but teaching them to properly involves teaching them the thought process and how to think. Yep. Not monkey see, monkey do teaching. You can improve deeper knowledge, but I can't work without examples. That's fine. Having a visual aid is important. You know, whether that's the actual work or representation of the work or whatever. Yeah, no, that's actually a truth. One of the negatives of, hiring with experience is you got someone who has a better understanding of what they're doing, how they're doing it, and the experience to know, like, how to estimate stuff and yada, yada, yada. And that's all good and positive. But it also comes with not every, like, no company does everything necessarily the way you're supposed to and all that. So you always end up getting extra stuff you don't necessarily want with it. Which means you're getting all those extra bad habits. Man, AI, I really wish you're better at this. But yeah, no, that's the very last thing. You can teach me all you how to do something all you want, but I'm not gonna remember until having experience doing it. Yeah. Well, that's where we've had the talk a couple of times that there's the passive and active forms of learning. That one of the most successful modalities of learning, we could just summarize as learn by doing. That the actual action of doing the thing is one of the more effective ways of getting that information to stick. Versus if you have a discussion about it, the chances of getting it to stick are much lower. He says, you're going to make them host meetings, do all the things I do, before you let them go on their own? Yeah, depending on what you're looking at on what level is appropriate for, how much you get them to work on stuff and how much you have them back off and those kind of things. Then obviously, like, if you're talking about something where it's like life and death, yeah, you make them sign off, you double their, get like 6 different people to sign off, make sure they have lots of hours experience working with someone else keeping an eye on them. You also have the situation where they're now in charge of their own decisions, but you still have someone hovering over them and all that before you finally, after all of that, go, okay, we're finally going to let you be free to work on people. And usually with those, you still have lots of touch points and checkpoints and that even after that phase. But you do give them at least the autonomy that they don't have to answer to 10 people. Just to get something done.
Oh hey, I forgot about my Twitch Prime subscription, which is free to me to use for any streamer. I should for sure make sure to use it for Rual Storge before I forget.
Thank you, Blue Fan. I really do appreciate that. Yeah, don't you hate it when you forget your Twitch Prime subscription sub that you get for free with Twitch Prime or Amazon Prime? That if you do not manually go out of your way to renew it every single month, it just drops off and it doesn't auto-renew, which does mean once a month you have to take the time to push the buttons. Huh. Whether or not you use that here, the big thing is that you don't not use it because you're literally paying for it. Why subject yourself to any more ads than you are absolutely required to? So, when that thing runs out, make sure you go to someone, whoever you prefer, and you send that thing. Because that's a wonderful thing. Same background you had before going from a high-risk environment for safety to a high-risk assignment for finances? Gotcha. I keep getting specks of stuff in my glasses that's deeply upsetting. But I do appreciate the, not self-promotion, that's not the word for it. What's the word? Basically the thing where you try and, like, go out there and, like, be like, hey, streamer, here's the thing you need to support yourself. I know it's weird for you to say it, but, I, as an audience member and everything, am saying, please support you kind of thing. Once I gotta check something real quick. Oh, okay. Okay. Sorry, I had like an extra notification that was in one of the places that, there's certain places that you keep track of your notifications when you're content creating. Like, there's a mod chat and everything for the channel. I know if my mods are like at Rual or at here kind of thing, it means drop what I'm doing and go for that. And I didn't have my Discord highlighted. So I had more like at here kind of messages or at me kind of messages triggered there. But it was nothing I need to worry about. It wasn't mod chat. It's just I didn't have the right thing up on Discord, so just wanted to keep an eye on it in case one of the mods is like, hey, we got a problem. That doesn't happen very often. Like, it's very, very rare. In fact, I think it's only happened like once a year or whatever. So I'm saying, I know you can't tell people to follow and sub, but I can. No, you can't. Yes. Exactly. But yeah, so it is one of those things that is nice when others... Sorry, I didn't mean to bang the mic. Let's see. It used to be you mess up and people die. You mess up a lot, people lose a lot of money. Yeah. Well, that was... I've always been very dexterous with my hands. I used to play guitar and all that a lot. And, did sewing, did knitting, did stuff with paintball where you're, like, reaching in about 30 different directions and all that. And I used to always get comments like, oh, like, you're... like... with how skilled you are with your hands, you could be a surgeon. I'm like, nah, man. No, I know that's a thing you'd eventually get used to, but no, very much. It's gonna be a big ol' no in my book. I don't want to have where I'm holding the scalpel and someone's living or dying is a couple millimeters of, honest mistake. Like, nah, I'm sorry. That is a level of responsibility I don't want to have. Yes, maybe I could help a lot of people. It's not a type of help I think I'm comfortable doing. I'm gonna get the other tractor involved to start trying to plow the field from the other end. Same reason you could refuse to go into veterinary work? Yeah. How much was like, want more rural storage? Make sure to support your local Rual. Is that fish tissue, or is that fat tissue or artery? Only one way to find out. Yeah, that's not how you do that. I prefer the phrase, you could be a painter. He wants to work with animals. I don't want to be responsible for their life and death and telling the owners. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's just one of those things. I was like... never one I was particularly comfortable with the idea of doing. Yeah, so the reason I'm grabbing the other plow is I'm being impatient. That's going to take forever. This plow will be like half the speed of that one, but by their powers combined, they'll be one and a half the speed. So it still won't be particularly fast. Alright, I do say. You have a good one. Oosh, say. I can try to pronounce things. Alright, so we now got 2 workers going to try and speed this up. We definitely want to get a proper cultivator, because... Can the AI at least use the tiny plow? Yeah, the AI actually does the tiny plow extremely well. The larger plow, the AI... look, it tries. The good news, we're getting pretty close to sell time. If we look at our schedule here, we're going to have our bread's going to be up for sale soon. And so it's end of December, beginning of January is the sweet spot there. We'll have the flour, same deal. We have been selling all of this as fast as it shows up. Beginning of February is when we drop that. And then there's not another product we sell right now. We just sell a lot of that for the moment. Yeah, which of the two will manage to get itself into position first? It's gonna be the green and yellow. Look, the AI is like me after I've been drinking a dozen shots of tequila. Then doing half a dozen bat spins. It's doing its best. The AI, it's the plow specifically, it seems like the AI just doesn't know how to deal with. Which, to be fair, it's a weird wedge shape. I can at least respect that part of it. But yeah, so this one just got in position. The blue one reached the other end first. It just got in position to start the next row. And the yellow and green one is already, going. The only reason why the blue one is going to still make way more happen is between the two of them, the blue one is faster. Like, the blue one is faster when it's actually plowing, and it has far more coverage area than the little green and yellow one. But it's all we can do. But hey, Hill Country, how's it going? Well, do you think you could still tie your shoes after doing half a dozen bat spins? I haven't done a bat spin since, like, middle school. Also, the working with is twice. Yep, no, it is. Yeah, so we're just trying to get this all plowed. We're not in a huge rush for a lot of this. I'll need to fertilize this field. That's fine. The big thing is the plowing is the big time sink on this one. So that's a no then, right? The answer is I have no idea. One way or the other. Maybe I can, maybe I can't. I don't have a base point to figure it out. Yeah, the other tractor's turned around. It's already gonna be like halfway down the field, and this one's still getting in this position. What the heck is a bat spin? So it's a thing that you do usually as kids, but sometimes you'll have it like a field day type things, even with adults, that you take a baseball bat and you put it tall-wise on the ground, and you put your forehead on it, not like necessarily on it, but like this, and you spin around a bunch of times. You'll say like spin around it 10 times, whatever times, and then it'll have you like run somewhere, whatever. Like run the bases. And so you get really dizzy if you're doing it right. You should be getting dizzy because you're staring at the ground and spinning around your head as the center point. But it's a thing you do in like track and field kind of days where you'd run, you just try and make it like it's like just a silly thing. It's not a serious sport or whatever. But you'd have them like try and run the bases or whatever, run from this spot to the other spot, and maybe they have to like tag someone who would then do the same thing and try and run back. And like relay race it through like 5 people or so. Yeah, you do not want to do a half dozen bat spins, then start doing surgery. No, that's what we call malpractice. That's where the lawyers get involved. You don't want the lawyers to get involved in surgery. Like in any capacity. Is it malpractice or negligent homicide? I would say negligent homicide is a more extreme form of malpractice within this case. Like, malpractice is just the fact you did the doctoring thing wrong to the point that the law recognizes it was bad. Now, the negligent homicide being a step higher charge. I think you would get charged. I actually think you would be charged with both. That would be negligent homicide via malpractice. Like, if your building is like in such egregious violation to basic building codes that someone dies, you would be you'd be both breaking the law from negligent homicide as well as the fact that you're basically were operating what's effectively a condemned building. But what if you did a dozen bat spins and do the surgery perfectly? That's still malpractice. If you go into a surgery and you're doing it all wrong, and it happens to work out, you still committed malpractice. There's just, the person didn't get hurt. Like, if I sat there and I went up to the surgery table and I put down like 8 shots of tequila and slammed and then cut into a person, I've still committed malpractice. I've still made that situation exponentially more dangerous than it should have ever been. Even if it works out okay. Like, it's not... The end result certainly is a thing when coming into consideration of what are the damages and that kind of stuff. But if I still break the rules, or what's reasonable going into it, I still broke the rules. Alright, I'm going to take 2 seconds. I need to grab myself a new drink, so I'm going to quickly do that while the AI does what the AI does best. And by that I mean... Best is very relative here. If a tree falls in the wood in the middle of the forest, and no one's around to hear it, does it make a sound? Yes, because there's nowhere in the world where there are trees that is not some form of living creature, at least somewhere to hear it. Not normally. Maybe you could find an extreme scenario where that might be possible, but that gets into philosophy and theory. And then whether we call it sound when you hear it, or whether we call it sound when it's vibrations in the air that could be interpreted as sound. And that gets into a whole other line of questions. Alright, I'm going to go grab myself a new drink and I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in a moment. Alright, now I'm back. Let's see, this is your captain speaking. I'm getting really bored with flying in a straight line on autopilot, so we're gonna do flying with some chest hair. Buckle up, we're doing a barrel roll. And they will immediately start spinning on their axis, and you'll have the one person screaming in the background going, "That's an aileron roll! Star Fox got it wrong!" A barrel roll goes around an area. An aileron roll twists in place. Did they? I don't think they've done a new Star Fox in forever. In your opinion, plows get fields ready slow, so that's why I use cultivators? Yes. But hear me out, I had to get the plows first because I had to be able to create the fields and everything. So there's that. Plus there are some crops that you need to plow as opposed to cultivating. I do intend, like literally the next piece of major equipment I intend on getting is a cultivator. I had to get the sprayer first though so I could put down herbicide. And why did I do that? You see that number up there that's getting smaller and smaller, faster and faster? That's why. In fact, as impatient as I am, yeah, sorry, man. You're out of here. I don't got the kind of money. I can't afford you anymore. You successfully did like 3 passes of the big, the big plow. I do not know that abbreviation. Oh, I don't know actually what that abbreviation is. That's always the catch when you use abbreviations, is ultimately you're wasting your time a lot of times, because unless contextually people are just always going to understand the abbreviation, someone is going to say, I don't know what that abbreviation is, and you've lost, it's a truck company? Okay. Cool. But yeah, so it ends up being a thing that you use the abbreviation, and then you immediately have to explain what the abbreviation is, because you use an abbreviation. And someone is going to have to ask. Unless it's like very specifically contextually makes sense. Like if someone says PoE, and we're talking about Path of Exile, and I'm playing Path of Exile, then people are going to get that one. Usually. Like stuff like that. But if you're not playing something like whatever, it's a truck company, and Kind Fellow Cruises? Why are we talking about Kind Fellow Cruises? Obviously, KFC will normally people assume it's Kentucky Fried Chicken. But you get the point. There's actually a thing called Kind Fellow Cruises. No Kentucky Fried Chicken? Oh, it's not Kentucky Fried Chicken? So it is Kind Fellow Cruises. Unless it's something I'm unfamiliar with. The Kennedy Foosball Club? Kitten Fried Egg Charles? There's this, dang it, Rual. Now I want Kentucky Fried Chicken. Hey, me too. I'm behaving, and I've been eating fairly healthy the last couple of days, and I'm gonna keep trying to do it, which is definitely not where Kentucky Fried Chicken comes into the equation. But yeah, so the whole point was, when you use abbreviations, you're not actually saving yourself any time. A lot of times, someone is going to ask you, I don't know what that abbreviation means, and you'll have to type it out, which means you've actually cost yourself even more characters than you would have saved. Because you had to use the abbreviation, and then had to use the same thing, where you usually use the abbreviation the second time is, and then you say like the whole thing. Hey, Shell Ocean. Gotcha. I am very excited for getting the cultivator, so that the plowing is much faster. I still gotta decide, I want to get a third game back in the rotation. And I'm still waffling on what that game is gonna be. I've been going back and forth on that a lot. I'd be down for doing RimWorld if I could think of what the heck I want to even do in RimWorld. That is the problem when you've got thousands of hours in a game. You're like, okay, even if I want to play it, you kind of scratch your head. Oh, it's absolutely not going to be Battlefield. It's not going to be a first-person shooter at all. That's, like, super misaligned with the, with the type of content I do on the channel. Like, that's not judgment, like, good, bad, or otherwise, about Battlefield. Hell Let Loose? I don't remember what genre of game that is. Like, I've heard about Hell Let Loose. I just don't remember what it is. Like, so far as, like... You know, first-person shooter action RPG, I don't remember. Turn-based. You should play 60 seconds reatomized. I don't actually know what that is. Like, I've debated breaking out oxygen not included again. I've debated giving Dyson Sphere program a go. I've debated if I could come up with something new to do in RimWorld, or something, even if it's not new, something I'd really like to give a go in RimWorld, doing something in RimWorld. I even debated, like, breaking out Kenshi again, but I've honestly kind of done most of the stuff I'd like to do so far as different ideas for runs. And other than modding it up, which, you know, people know I'm not huge into modding in general, I can't think of something, you know, something to be different to do in Kenshi. You know, it hasn't had a meaningful update in, man, like 5-6 years or so. They've done some, like, language stuff, and that's been about it. Probably longer than that, actually. Oh, I definitely don't want someone to talk me through any game I play. Like, that'd be no fun. Like, if the game is solid enough that you can figure it out by playing it, even if it means you lose and make mistakes, that's fine. But, like, if a game requires me to use outright side resources to effectively be taught how to play it by someone else, yeah, I'm out. Kenshi's a lot of fun. The issue is I've already done a lot of Kenshi, and it is a real slow game. Oh yeah, Ratopia. I had someone else, my circle of creators that I had someone mention Ratopia was pretty good. Is it a play? So is it like the other 60 seconds games where you start out, you basically have 60 seconds to just kind of grab everything you can at the beginning? And then, you know, there'll be like some type of situation that you're either in a spaceship or you're in a basement or whatever. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I've got a few of those. I just hadn't heard the reatomized. I'm assuming that's a remake of the one where you have like the bomb shelter or whatever. And you have to send your, you know, I think it's like a mother, father, daughter, son situation. But you have to send out like a family member to like go collect supplies outside, and there's random events. Like, it's very RNG oriented. You know, there's things you can do to influence the RNG, certainly, but there is an RNG element to it. I wouldn't be against playing. I'm looking for something more long-term, though, than that. Like, something I can get into a run and, you know, play 8, 9, 10 streams of War Thunder. Is War Thunder... Was that the flight simulator? I don't remember. Generally speaking, you're not going to see me play much in the way of military anything. Like, no judgment about military, it's just, eh. Oh, I don't plan on trying to pursue any world records. You missed a spot? Yeah, that was right when I took over for the AI. It's 449 days. I mean, that's fine, but I don't really plan to go after any world records. Hey, Pupa, how's it going? Like, I already did that with Project Zomboid. I'm happy I had that. I don't need to go after another. I don't want to spend that much time on any one game unless I'm, like, super into the game. Like, really just want to go hard on it. Hard Space Shipwrecker? I've already done, like, multiple full playthroughs of that on stream. I've done, I think, 2 full playthroughs, and then we had the permadeath one that I got to... Honestly, we're, like, right by the end when I just hit the wrong panel, thought I had decompressed the ship, started cutting, and I had cycled the airlock, not decompressed the ship. So it was, like, literally just a misclick and missed it. Alright. But yeah, so I'm looking for a game that can get some hours lost into. Like, a game like Valheim would be good. My only issue with Valheim is it does feel like it's really balanced for you to have groups, which is fine, but that's not something I typically would do on the channel. Not unless I had, like, a group of people I had gotten together that I was specifically planning on playing with. And I burnt myself out pretty badly at the beginning of the early access. Because you've seen people get all the chairs in the room and intentionally vent the room and then shoot them down to the barge. Yeah, no, if you're doing like speedrun kind of stuff, you can do that. For a hardcore run, you definitely don't want to do that in case you misjudge how much atmosphere is in there. But that's like speedrun strats versus just doing that. Okay. Bye? You don't need to announce you're gonna go watch someone else? It's kind of a weird thing to do. Ron is bad, you should feel bad. I don't even know what we're talking about. Have I ever played Only Up? I did not play Only Up. I did request a key and I did not get one. If I remember correctly. But, I do have Getting Over with Bennett Foddy. Which that was one of those games when we were talking about, like, games that, you know, you could... That, like, when you had, like, the Make Me Play, it's like, that's kind of games that... Like, when I did that, I was expecting that kind of stuff. I was expecting people to, like, get me to play rage games or get me... You know, I was expecting people to get me to play, like, cringy dating games, like that kind of stuff. And genuinely, like, every one of the games, for the most part, has been legitimately people like, no, I just want to see you play this. Like, it's not really been anything, like, weird or out there. It's been, like, a perfectly reasonable game. Which is fine. No complaints. But I was just surprised by that outcome. I wouldn't be against it. I don't think... Like, that's again, not a game I'd expect to be playing any meaningful amount. Like, that to me is a gimmick game you play once or twice and be like, haha, funny. Rage game. And then you move on. Unless you're trying to do speedruns. What, you don't want to play Hot Tub Boyfriend? I own that. I don't have a problem playing it. It's not something I would play on the channel normally. For the record, that was given to me by my older brother, and I was like, what the is this? It's a pretty ridiculous funny game. For those who don't know that one, it's a dating game, but you date birds. And yes, it is as weird as it sounds. And I think it only gets weirder and weirder. Have I streamed Hatful before? I don't know what that is. I've debated for a while, and it's something I should do, is making... Oh, I have not streamed it. No, I don't believe so. Because again, that's another game that's like badly misaligned with the channel. I don't tend to play lots of dating games.
Just Doki Doki.
Well, we played Doki Doki Literature Club, which calling that a dating game is a little disingenuous. It's a psychological horror. And we also played I Love You, Colonel Sanders, a finger-licking good dating simulator.
Hi, the very last 13. Hi, Eonet. Hi, Soul Adams.
Which is amazing. And you should play it, and it's free.
Well, Colonel Sanders,
I mean, in that game, Colonel Sanders was absolutely dapper.
Husband.
Wifey.
It's Betty by time.
It is Betty by time for wifey.
Yeah. I give you all the kisses and all the love.
Yaw. You sleep well.
You sleep well.
Never.
Yeah, that's true. I love you.
I love you more.
Hi, Claria Star. Hello. Jay Walker. I disagree with you, Zoeside, but hello.
I have not played Definitely Not Fried Chicken.
Hey, yeah, you should play How to Full Boyfriend.
You sleep well.
You sleep well.
So Dream Daddy, I probably like if someone did like a redeem to make me play, I think that would be on there. I gotta remember. I think Dream Daddy is okay. So it's those dating games. You got to be really careful that a lot of them they get to be TOS problems where, they get lots of naughty scenes. I think Dream Daddy was one of those ones that was okay. But that would always be a thing. It's like with a make me play, if someone did a dating game, I would do like the quick lookup is like, hey, does this have like sexy time scenes I gotta worry about? Because if no, it's gonna be a hard pass on the like I'll make you choose something else. But as long as it doesn't have anything that's like TOS problematic or something outside that range where it's like just wildly inappropriate for the channel, then that'd be fine. If they don't have them, yeah, because again, I had to create content on the platform, and if a game is, adult by its very nature, it's generally a TOS problem. What I mean by adults is like sexy time as like the main purpose. Like not that it happens to feature scenes that are adult, but like the game itself is just it's just to get to see, sexy time stuff. Then that's a problem. So you're guessing Rual hasn't played Hato either, based on the Doki Doki G being a dating game comment. No, I've played, so I haven't finished it. I know Hato Full Boyfriend goes from being this weird game where you date birds to just getting absolutely bizarre. Melmer says, I've been using Dream Daddy for hottest evening fun times several times at Code Camp-like events. Never ran anything too sexy times. Pretty mixed nerd crowd. Gotcha. Like I said, I'd have to look it up if people did the redeem. I wouldn't just randomly break out a dating game or anything like that for my content. I do play life sims, so like Stardew Valley and that, but that is a very different gap. Yes, there is dating in those games by the nature of how they work, but dating by context of those games is to bury someone alive in things they like, and then just get married. Maybe have a heartfelt scene or two. Versus, like, proper dating games. Usually you're borderline stalking these people. Actually, I take that back. That's Stardew Valley as well. What am I talking about? They're the same thing. But, the dating is like the entire point of a dating game versus a function in games like Stardew Valley. And let's be fair, a lot of dating games, when you step back and look at what the protagonist is doing to date people, like, this person shouldn't be allowed around other people. This isn't okay. Claire says, like, I'm totally not stalking people in Stardew, even though I keep jumping out of random bushes for them. Oh, yeah. No, it's, I've appreciated that it's been a meme in a lot of more recent slice of life games, because they still do the same thing, because just the way the cinematics end up working out. But they do the whole thing where, you'll have, like, the characters be like, why were you behind my house? And your character, like, scurry off real quick. It's like, oh, yeah, apparently we're a stalker now. Excellent. Good to know. So you know it's not a dating sim, but The Sims 4, waving at people until they're best friends? Yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing. That's been a thing in a lot of games that feature romance, is the way they implement romance is like a real head scratcher. There's a Cthulhu dating game? Of course there is. There's all sorts of ridiculous dating games. Like I said, I don't play dating games on the channel normally. We've played 2, if you count Doki Doki Literature Club as a dating game, as opposed to the fact that it is a psychological horror. The only other dating game I've played was we did play I Love You, Colonel Sanders, a finger-licking good dating simulator, because it is the absolute most unhinged and ridiculous thing ever in absolutely fantastic ways. Yeah, it's a psychological horror where you date cute, you know, cute uwu like waifu girls. And bad things happen to everybody. Including your own personal well-being as the protagonist or as the player playing the game. Where it leaves you emotionally damaged on the other side of it, where you need time to process what you've experienced. That's Doki Doki, not Colonel Sanders. Colonel Sanders is just like really good comedy. Like, don't get me wrong, in I think it's what, 8-9 days we have Little Guardsman's coming out. So in 8-9 days we got something on there. I don't know how many streams it'll take us to play through. I do have the feeling with the nature of the type of game it is, I'm suspecting Little Guardsman a playthrough is probably like a stream or two, maybe 3. But it'll be absolutely good times when it happens. What is Little Guardsman? So it's little, like Lil, Guardsman. It is a complicated game to describe. It presents itself as like a fantasy world equivalent to Papers, Please, where you're effectively a little girl, little boy. I actually don't know the gender of the protagonist. Little person who, that implies something totally different. A child. You're a child who is working effectively as like the border patrol kind of thing, like, you know, passport handling and all that in a fantasy world. Like, we're talking high fantasy, you know, unicorns and ogres and goblins and that kind of thing. But that's just kind of like what it is at the surface. What it actually is a ridiculously fully voice-acted comedy that crosses many genres in an absolutely chaotic and frantic, but in an amazingly hilarious way. The sense of humor is 100% on point. It is amazing. And supposedly it's going to be one of these games that you have many, many playthroughs you could do where you have entirely different dialogue and experiences and all that. Obviously the game's not out yet, so we can't really say one way or the other. But from what I saw from people playing the demo during one of the Steam Next Fest, I had very different, like, the main story beats were the same, as you typically have, you know, the end of the first day ends with this event, that kind of thing. But, like, all the specific dialogue and a lot of the outcomes would vary. And a bunch of the jokes, because of that, would also vary. But it was really good, and everyone there was having an absolutely fantastic time, laughing, going, what the is this? I don't understand what's happening anymore. How did we get here? What is this? What is this whole thing? And I would give examples, but it would spoil it. It's one of those games that I do think will be one that, like, once you've seen, like, the different playthroughs, there'll be value in seeing how people react to how ridiculous it is. But you won't be interested in seeing another, like, you won't be interested in seeing, like, if I played through it and did the whole thing, there wouldn't be much of a reason for me to replay through it the same way. Now, if the story's different enough, maybe it makes sense for me to do, you know, hi, we're going to do a this playthrough, and then a that playthrough, and a that playthrough. I don't know. It wouldn't apply to that one, but like the pacifist versus the genocide playthrough or whatever, or the evil versus the good, or the renegade versus the paragon or whatever. That's not mechanics in that game, but you get the idea, that type thing, where, again, the main story beats, you're going to go to that planet because of this thing will be the same, but everything else about what revolves around there is going to have different dialogue, different people, different stuff to make it more interesting and whatnot. Pacifist versus genocide sounds like Stellaris. I was actually referring to Undertale, but yeah. That's, So today wasn't bad. We only had like one or two somewhat backseaty comments. They never really got that out of hand. With SnowRunner, yesterday was pretty rough. Yesterday the backseating got pretty bad. But that's a game that I don't know how anyone could play it in this day and age at all. It would be a game like Undertale, because the aggressiveness of the backseating for that game, I could not even begin to imagine. I do not know how you can enjoy, like, play that game with others around who are familiar with the game at all. Like, even outside of streaming. Like, if you have your friend over who knows the game, they would absolutely ruin it for you with the backseating. That's a game you have to have someone be like, hey, you should really check this game out. Don't look up anything about it. Go play. And just let you have an experience. Played it for 5 minutes, couldn't get into it. That's totally fine. See, the thing is, I actually don't think you'd be able to get into it in the early game. The whole magic of Undertale is it's just kind of a weird game. But yeah, no, it's the very beginning of the game would play pretty straightforward, like a turn-based RPG that just has like a weird fight mechanic. But the things that make the game so ridiculous is a lot of the way the game interacts with the player. And that it does have different playthroughs that are very different. It's kind of like Doki Doki in the sense that if you've played Doki Doki for 5 minutes ago, it's a stupid dating game. Like, I'm gonna just move on. It's just it's an okay dating game kind of thing. Like, you'll get the wrong impression of what it is. Now, I'm not gonna say you're gonna like it necessarily. I do feel like it isn't a game for everyone. Like, it's not what everyone's gonna be interested in. But yeah, no, it's got like pixel art, pixel graphics, all that kind of stuff. So that's gonna bother you. That that is what it is there. It's also another game that can hurt you, because you have different ways you can play through the entire game, which I won't spoil them. But, I mean, you probably picked up on the two there. But there is a way of playing through the game that typically you'd play the game one way, that like one extreme, then the other extreme. And that second playthrough is real rough to do after a while. It genuinely makes you feel bad. Like, it not like the preachy kind of bad. You're doing stuff and you're like, I'm not sure I'm having fun anymore. Like, it's like, I'm doing this because I feel like I have to see this through now. But I'm not having fun, and not in the gameplay is bad kind of thing. I'm not having fun because it's making me feel, and not necessarily the cozy feels. It's also a game that's totally fair if you don't want to play through it. You can also just watch people play it. It is one of those things, though. If you watch someone play it, you've spoiled yourself for it. You can't go back to the time when you didn't know what it was. But yeah. Nah, by all means, like, give it a shot. See what you think. Like, more than 5 minutes, but give it a shot. And if you get into it and you're still not jamming with it, that's fine. It's also can be one of those games that, there are people who just genuinely don't enjoy the play, but they enjoy, like, the weirdness of the game. So for them, it's better for a watch. And there are absolutely games that fall into that where you're like, okay, well, I'm not, there's people who are not into quick adventures, but they will absolutely watch someone play Little Misfortune because it is a gem of a quick adventure. and you feel so bad for her. Just awful things happen. She's like, oh, okay. You're like, aw, you deserve better. That is another game where you're like, has someone drugged me? What am I experiencing right now in this game? Do I need to call a doctor? Call a doctor? Still remember something I plan to stream often? I do think I'll play more of it in the immediate future. Like, I might stream it again tomorrow. I am looking at trying to get a third game in the rotation. One of the things I tend to do with the games I play on the channels, I try to usually keep roughly 3 games in rotation at any good given time. Because if I do that, then what I'll do is I'll do like one game then the other. Then the next day I'll get the next day I'll get the odd game out and one of the ones the past one, and then the odd one out. You get the idea. And I find that's nice because then if there's like one game that people really aren't into out of the cycle, it makes it so it's easy for them to, you know, they can avoid if they want. And if there's one game that people are particularly into in the cycle, you know, it's just like every third day or whatever you miss it. I wonder how the viewership would be for a full stream of Farm Sim. I mean, lately, like today Sundays are usually slow days for me. Like Fridays and Sundays are usually the dicier ones so far as viewership goes. And even now on what's normally a slow day, we're doing pretty all right. Curious how it'd be in the first half. The times I've done it, it's done pretty well. Like, it does definitely feel more like a wind-down game. Sorry. Like, it just the same, like, American Truck Simulator tends to feel like more like a wind-down game than one you want to start up stream with. Not that you can't. Oh, I didn't empty that out. That's fine. Alright. The thing to keep in mind is, no matter what order stuff happens, someone is winding down somewhere. This order is better getting stuck after this game. Oh yeah, no, yeah, getting, you know, wrapping upstream with SnowRunner, if you're going for like the late night stream, is a way harder sell than starting it out. And that's again if you're aiming for like where your audience is going to bed at the end of stream. Alright, let's ditch that there. Quite relaxing watching this? Yep. Well, that's the idea. That's one of the reasons why it's such a good wind-down game. You can get this where you can just kind of, you know, start relaxing your evening. You just have, like, chill hang time, chill conversation time. American Truck Simulator kind of hits the same thing. There's a lot of games that do fit this kind of area. A lot of, like, tycoon-style games and city builders also hit that, where you just kind of have that rhythm you get in of just doing the things that need to be done in the game. And that's all fine. Come on, spit out more. There's way more flour in there. And for right now, I'm just going to go ahead and dump this over here. And what I'll do is when it comes time to sell, I'll take the flour and I'll just keep dropping whatever we can in the bakery until it's sorted. It is good vibes here, though. That makes it great. Yeah, that's what we aim for. But that's the reasons why when people pop in and are like, we want you to play this like competitive shooter or this competitive MOBA game or, you know, this really, you know, dense horror game and all that's like, that's fine. No judgment about the game. It's just a really poor fit for the channel. Like, that's just, we go for chill vibes and all that kind of stuff, and some games are just inherently misaligned. Which is fine. Just the same, there are, like, you know, I play a lot of slice of life games from time to time, like Coral Island and Stardew Valley and Sunhaven. You know, those games, if you're someone who your normal game is like, you know, intense first-person shooters, you're playing like Escape from Tarkov or Counter-Strike or Call of Duty or Battlefield's like your go-to, and then you're breaking out some Coral Island, you're gonna have this kind of the same problem in reverse of what I have, that people are expecting that like edge-of-the-seat gameplay, and you're giving the like super chill vibes. You're just not delivering what your audience expects. Now, that doesn't mean it's a bad thing or anything. It's just, you know, a poor fit. Wait, really? Well, I guess you're full. Okay. Alright, we can drop these down. And we'll position back over here to pick up more bread. Yeah, so we're going to lose out a lot on the stuff from the greenhouse. We sold a lot of those to make ends meet earlier. They'll probably have to do more here in a minute. Okay, so let's check out all our buildings. You got plenty of water, you got plenty of water. You are getting to the point where you're going to run out of stuff to make into flour soon. You are nearly maxed out in flour. The sheep can use more water, which does mean I am going to have to do another sale of the greenhouse stuff. Because to get the water, I'm going to need that extra bit of money. That's fine. And I need to put down fertilizer, then seed, then fertilizer again on that field on the far end. I'm not worrying about too much until I have more money to repair. We will be able to cash out and everything before that needs to happen. Literally the same day that I sell the wool for their price is when I need to cash that out. So I'm not super worried about it. And when I looked at it, didn't look like there's anything buffering in either of them. That what's out here is out here. All right. So sell this real fast. Then after we sell this, I can turn around and deal with the water for the sheep. We'll also top off the greenhouse because why not? But I don't need to worry too much about the blue tractors repairs and all that until we are, you know, until we get everything moved up over there to handle real fast. But that'll be after the sale thing because we're like 1-2 in-game days from selling. Realize what he says, waking up early and going to eat at the grandpa, so you get a lurk and get some sleep. Well, thank you so much for the lurk and all that good stuff, and I do appreciate you tuning in, all that good stuff. Thank you again for tuning in. You sleep well. All right. The good news is these are almost to max price, so even though we are selling them a little bit early, it's not like we're getting the worst price. We're still getting, you know, over half of what the best price is. It's not a super big deal. We're just being punished for being a little bit too spendy on the sprayer, but I think it was still the right call to grab that sprayer the moment it went for sale. We saw it. It would have taken us like 2 in-game years to afford it otherwise. So being able to shortcut that by giving up half of harvest worth of, well, giving up our greenhouses for 1 year, that's an easy sell. We got that thing like on a super bargain. That's actually a tractor I wanted right there. Alright. So we'll top off the greenhouse. I'm already doing this here anyways. Why not? We'll top off the sheep. We'll top off the other greenhouse. Then we should be good to go. Alright. So top off their water, so they're good. We still have the giant wheel of grass there feeding the sheep forever. Top you off. Okay. One of these days I'm going to clean this all up to look nice. It's just we've been trying to save money for all these things we keep getting for upgrades to make our life easier. And then, like, being willing to commit some of that money to stuff that is just, you know, it looks good, which is worth doing. Has been a hard sell because we've been, like, riding this fence of being broke the whole time because we keep upping our productivity and all that, but that's dipping into our money. That's fine, that's fine. All these things need to be repaired. Okay, once our money stops going down from buying the water, we advance our day, because that'll be everything taken care of. We probably have literally nothing in-game to do tomorrow other than pick up the bread, move the bread, pick up the flour, move the flour, and then advance the day again. Which then should put us into, I believe, the sell time for the bread and the flour. I think it was January for the bread and flour, and then February for the stuff from the produce, and then April for the wool, if I'm remembering correctly. Alright, so let's see here. It was for the prices. Yeah, end of January, beginning of February. Yeah, so it'll just be January we sell. Because if we wait to February, it drops too steep too fast. Versus that I would say February. Alright, so let's pop over here real fast. I think I'm actually going to get more bread this year than we got last year, which is curious, because we've kept the thing having flour in it the whole time and never missed many years in a row. But usually I don't get quite as many. It could be one of those things that, like, I technically get a fourth of an extra set of crates each year, but it's not quite enough to, like, you know, get over the top kind of things. Yeah, still 21 pallets worth of flour in there. Come on, you can do it. So we should have a really good year so far as the flour goes as well. So yeah, so we're going to be missing out. Well, actually, if I remember correctly, didn't last year we also basically missed out on the greenhouse stuff? Because of the... wasn't the baler. We had something we bought the year before. That was our big spend. That we ended up having to dip into the greenhouse supplies again. And we still made, like, it's $116,000 or whatever. And had we gotten the greenhouse, it probably would have been like $130-ish. $130,000. Yeah, so you're going to have at least one more float. Yeah, and it's also looking like we might be perfectly timed that... we might actually have the granary here be in good shape where, for tomorrow's sales and all that, that will finish with all the grains in there. We've been managing to, like, barely sneak it slightly longer each time. We haven't reached the point that it can run year-round, which is kind of the goal. Because then I'll start having a surplus of crop, and then that's when we can go and take a field and say, alright, this year, this field isn't going to be grains. You know, it'll be something like soybeans for straight-up cash or whatever. Because the granary is fully stocked. Alright, with that, we finished all that stuff, so it is advance the day. Cool. So let's go make some heckin' money with some bread. Because it is bread time. AKA, it is payday. And I'm excited about getting paid. Are you done? Excellent. Perfect. Got 5 more in there. Come on, spit them out. So you can go here, drop this off. We can go grab our bread. And then our other bread. And make our sale. Okay, so you have just that there. Yeah, so where normally I have like 4 or 5 spots left over, it looks like this time I'm going to have just the 2. So I don't know if I failed to sell 2 last time. Like, I just didn't catch that. Or it is those things that, like, you know, it's the round up kind of thing where I was getting an extra, like, 200 liters or whatever of bread each time, not enough for a pallet, and we finally hit the point where it rolls over. So we are about to make something like, it's like 60 or 80,000 all at once from bread. So heck yeah. Got 26,000 liters of bread we're going to sell real quick. $47,000, almost 50,000 bucks. Cool. And now we're about to make a whole lot of money from flour too. Is this No Man's Land? It is No Man's Land. That we've been doing a lot of work. We started with $0 and a chainsaw on the map, and we've just been working our way up. And we got a pretty respectable farm going. Still a lot more to go. You can't really make it out. There's about 4 fields there, but the crops are just at that first stage, so you can kind of see like where the line of this field is. But there's 4 different fields over here, and there's the giant one way over there that it's not ready to be seeded again yet. We're between the seasons. Alright, so what I'm going to try and do first is I'm going to grab all these ones that already has stacks that are not full. And I'm going to top off the bakery of flour. Until it's full, and when it's full, then all the rest of this flour gets sold. Alright, let's grab the next one. Did you turn the entire left half of the map in one giant field before? Oh man. That had to be like a huge pain just to keep up with it. You'd be like, time to plow. Okay, get the AI out. See you all tomorrow. Do you use mods? The only mods I'm using right now is I do have the map mod, and I do have the universal autoloader, and that's just because I don't want to sit here with a forklift all day. But otherwise, there's literally no other mods in the game right now that I'm playing. I generally tend to run my game very close to now. Okay, that's it. We didn't even get like a full, what do you want to say, like trailer worth. So let's go ahead and start selling flour and making a bunch of money. But yeah, so we did start with $0, a chainsaw, and a dream. We also did start with the truck. But one of my rules was I wasn't allowed to sell the truck, so I couldn't use it as instant cash. That was just for streaming purposes. You didn't have to watch me grab like one slightly under 200 kilogram piece of log and then just run all the way to the sell point. You can get more money by using signs? Yep. But I'm not going to. The point of the challenge is that it's a challenge. If I do stuff to shortcut the challenge, it stops being a challenge. So, like, very genuinely, I could have started and said, yes, take that initial money I got from cutting down trees, drop a solar panel, fast forward a couple days, drop a solar panel, fast forward a couple days, drop a solar panel, till I had a solar farm producing, several tens of thousands of dollars every day, do whatever the heck I like because I have basically infinite money now. Which, if you're trying to go for like meta strats to hitting 10 million as fast as possible, you'd get into those types of territory. But the whole point of the challenge is to try and make a farm, in like a normal direct way. So we cleared all the trees off that hill over there. And that bus is where one of the things we start with. It's a sleep spot. It's like your crappiest kind of place to sleep. So we cut down a bunch of trees. We built a couple greenhouses. We worked our way from the greenhouses to getting the equipment to start farming just any crop. So we started with the mix at first, and then we started going into the grains. Got enough money for the granary. That quickly got us enough money for the bakery. And then the bakery is making us solid money to continue expanding and up-teching and all that. Let's see. With All Gaming saying, I'm setting up a challenge where I'm not allowed to lease equipment or buy new equipment, but I am allowed to buy what is on sale. I have messed with that off-stream. I am going to warn you, you will be fast-forwarding literal years trying to get together equipment to actually do something meaningful. Because you'll get, like, the Forger wagon, you'll get a tractor, you'll sit there, and if you have like a bunch of money, it's not going to be as big a deal. But if you are on a low money start, you'll be struggling where you'll have to wait to see what harvester you can get your hands on first. And until you get a harvester to show up, you can't do any type of crops at all. Now, once you get over that hurdle where you have like the basic harvester, the header, and like the seeder or the planter to work with it, like that combination, then you'll be in relatively good shape. But it is going to be just a lot of fast forwarding till RNG is kind to you. Because I messed with that off stream, and that's the unfortunate result. You'll start with just basic equipment the map gives me. Oh, are you playing with a map that gives you like? Yeah, no, that'd be fine. If you're playing a map that gives you like a tractor, a seeder, or like a tractor, something to mow grass, like something that you could actively make money, that'd be fine. I did it basically the same style of challenge as this. I just gave myself a low amount of starting money. Or no, I don't think I gave myself that. I think I started with nothing. I chopped down enough trees that, you know, on a tile I could get 80, 100, 120,000. I don't remember what the amount was. And it was one of those things that, you know, I snagged one piece of, you know, equipment I knew I was going to need. And it was just fast forwarding. The harvester never came up after like 5 years of just fast forwarding through days, just going, nope, no harvester, nope, no harvester, nope, no harvester. It goes, okay, well, I guess I just don't get to play. So I ended up scrapping. I was gonna make YouTube videos of that one. I was like, all right, let's scrap this run. This one's a miss. Like, it's fine if you want to play that way. Like you playing that way on your own time, sure. For content creation, that'd be a miss. Which, as a reminder, during this stream, we had the latest YouTube video drop. If we do the YouTube video, like if we do the YouTube video command now, it'll still be pointing at the old one because I haven't had a chance to update it. But we did have our latest of a Survivor Man challenge series on Calm Lands is going. That one's way at the beginning. It is a fully edited thing. It's not here where, you know, I play 4, 5, 6, 7 hours of farm sim and you see it all in real time. That one is like, we're going to cut down some heckin' trees, and then you don't watch me cut down trees for 3 hours. It, you know, music comes up, and it just fast forwards, or they do the fade to black, fade back up kind of thing, or whatever, you know, fade scene to scene. That I do all that to circumvent the part where it gets repetitious. But it's been good. I suspect I'm going to regret the way that run is going, because I cut down all the trees in the tile I chose because I didn't want to choose a tile that was completely overrun with trees. And I couldn't afford to do any regular crops, and I had been ambitious and plowed a field ahead of time, and that was a mistake because that meant I couldn't really lean into grass either. So we're planting carrots. It's terrible because it's carrots with the smallest harvester, which means I'm getting my boxes, which means I'm getting my forklift to pick up my boxes. It's a bad time. But it's the corner I put myself in because I thought I was going to get more money than I did out of the trees, and that is what it is. So for a couple of cycles of crops, I'm going to be playing Forklift Simulator because that one I don't have universal auto loader. All right, and we're up to 80,000 and climbing. I'm somewhat tempted. We have to check before I say anything. We have to check because it's like I was about to say I'm somewhat tempted to buy another tile and get the stuff set up for the mowing, so that I have like the windrower and all that. So that way, like, in these other seasons, I can just like plow down an entire, you know, tile of grass to have the trickle income. I mean, it wouldn't be trickle; it'd actually be a pretty alright income. But I don't think I want to do that because that would put that baler I bought to even more use, which would be good. Yeah, so we have 9,000 each. We'll just say it's 10,000 from easy math. So this represents about 30-ish thousand, maybe slightly more. We're gonna be right around maybe another 40,000. We're gonna actually be sitting pretty close to about 120 something thousand by the time we get all the flour sold, which would be really nice. Tile or autoloader first? Well, that's the thing. This can pick up 5 of the large bales. So it's not terrible. It's not great, but it's not terrible. Now, obviously, if I got the autoloader for the baler, it's something like 24 or 32 or some nonsense. It's like a ridiculous amount. Like, the considerations would be, if I can get enough money to get a cultivator, do I get the cultivator now? Because there's a very strong argument for that. The other option is I get the bale loader, which will certainly make my life easier when it comes to the bale loading the straw. And then if I decided to go the route of adding mowing stuff, then I could do that. But honestly, I probably wouldn't care about doing the mowing stuff unless I get another tile. Because if we look at our map locations right now, I've got a patch up here that's decent for mowing and there, and that's about it. Otherwise, it's just like skipping between the areas and probably not that. Yeah, no, and I have the sprayer, which is a supporting argument for that. If I buy an extra tile, though, then I have the opportunity to expand as well. But yeah, I do think the cultivator is probably the correct move, because we're nowhere near getting a new harvester, money-wise. As much as I'd love to do that, a new harvester is definitely just not in the means at the moment. One thing we could check, as well, this is picking up. Sales? I mean, that's exciting, but not what we need. The question is, do you have the money for the cultivator and the herbicide? I mean, I could probably make that work. Because I could also just sell greenhouse stuff when it comes time to plant and all that. Because those 2 fields are already done. We have just the 1 field I need to do. I'm not super worried about that one. The bigger issue is I do have to be do the round of fertilizer while it's like still the way it is, seed it, fertilize it again, and then I have to hit it with the herbicide. And I believe you can hit the oh no, we've already plowed the field. Yeah, so I don't even have to deal with it this year. I've already handled all the fields so far as plowing for this year. It'd be the next year's harvest that would be the issue. Or I shouldn't say this year, this season. We've just finished, we're going to be planting this one. All the other stuff's in the ground. It's not until we harvest that I have to deal with it. Which, granted, I still need the cultivator and all that. But that does mean I will be able to cash out in a couple months worth of greenhouse stuff. And I don't really know the price of the herbicide. I believe it's pallets. 2,400? Okay, I don't really know, though, how far that goes. Like, if I buy the 2,400... you know, container of liquid herbicide, is that I go down one stripe and it's gone, or do I finish the better part of a field and, you know, only knock out 5%? I don't really have the quantity down yet. But that's what we're just going to learn by doing. Alright. Yeah, so it's going to be a little bit under 120,000. We already basically tapped out the entirety of our greenhouse stuff for all intents and purposes. This poor tractor is going to cost us like $8,000 to repair and gas up. Yeah, no, right. Well, no, I'm tight about is, so when I say the stage slabs, you can drive over the crop when they're like the little sproutlings, and they're fine. Like, no matter what vehicle you're driving over. It's when they get to the second stage of growth that then you start trampling and destroying the plants. I believe the weeds will show up on that first stage, which means I can drive over them and do the herbicide at that point, if that assumption is correct. If I'm incorrect by it, then I've got a problem of I drive tracks into my plants, which, you know, yes, I get rid of the weeds, which will, you know, hurt my output, but then I also kill, you know, 10% of my plants by driving over them, which will affect my output. Yeah, no, the problem I have is none of the tractors I have can have narrow tires. That's the problem. Because we bought the 100 horsepower on its normal price. I got this one on an extreme discount, so I ran with it. And then we've also got like the little teeny tiny 25 horsepower one that probably can't run the sprayer, you know, sprayer even if I wanted it to. But the issue is none of them can get the crop tires. So I just have to live with that. And And I will say, when it comes to buying the cultivator, unless we pop here and we find one at an extreme discount, I won't buy the cultivator until it's time to use it. The cultivator might be our next purchase, because that'll make plowing way faster. Now, downside is I would love to get like the largest cultivator. I'm not going to be able to do that. What map is this? This is a map called No Man's Land. It is a modded map you can get off the mod store. The general premise of it is this building up here is the only thing that exists when you start the map, and this little dirt road I'm on. The entire rest of the map I have to make myself. I have to make the fields. I have to put down the bakery and the granary and anything else I want. All of that I got to do myself. So it is kind of make your own map, which is a lot of fun. There's a handful of maps that do that. There's this one and Calmlands, the two ones I know particularly well. Both are excellent and they have similarities. Calmlands doesn't have like the bunch of the random trees in the middle so much as this one does. All right, so 6,700 to repair you, 29 bucks to repair you. Cool. You remember reading you don't need to see the weeds to kill them, but it's been a while. I don't honestly remember. I've actually mostly used the plow in the runs past, just because I'll be making my own field, so I'll get the plow anyways, so the cultivator will be a later thing. So right now, the tractor I have is 351 horsepower. I can actually get it higher. Yeah, I can go up to 435. So that's our hard limit on what this one can do. So for the cultivator, so 435 is the cap of how big we can go. Yeah, so this is about as big as we can go, 14.3 meters. It would run that one. It would not run that one well. Yeah, that one's a much smaller one. Okay, so we have 14.3. But I could also get this one, which would be far easier to handle, and it'd be 12.2, which is still literally more than twice the size of our plow. And then on top of that, I believe it can go about 2 miles per hour faster than the plow, which is like 20-ish% faster. So it'd be 20% faster and 200% the size. And then actually it's like 200% and, you know, some change. So all that combined means I'm going to be going like 220, 240% the productivity, like the speed I would get it done. So if it takes me half an hour to go through the whole thing, it takes like 13 minutes. You know, give or take, turning around being something that takes time and yada, yada, yada. Alright, so let's go ahead and spin on over here. See what we got at our greenhouses. We got all this repaired, so we are going to have to go through some of these tools that I badly damaged just from wear and tear. I need to go dry them off to get them patched up because we were waiting because we were basically broke. And we have a nice output of wool. Alright, with honestly that much. Okay. So tomorrow we're going to make it a busy day for us. I am going to fertilize that field. That's actually, it's not going to be a busy day. It's going to be a moderately do stuff day. Because we finished what I need to do today for sales and all that. We are going to grab all our produce from the greenhouses. I'm going to run those over and sell that for a little bit extra income. It'll probably be an extra 8,000, 10,000 because we have been dipping into it pretty hard. I might actually be even overestimating that, how much we're going to get out of it. Because we have been dipping us pretty hard to deal with where we've got the sprayer. Okay, so you got 3 more boxes popping out. Maybe not even that much. We're probably talking 6,000. Just eyeballing this, probably 6,000 between the two greenhouses. Normally I get almost 20,000 a year from sales. But like I said, we've been cashing out early to make ends meet because we've been buying equipment we weren't quite ready to buy financially because the price was right. All right, so you got 2 more popping out of there. Any good sales today? Hey, look. It's the sprayer again. It's the smaller... Well, actually, is that the smaller one? Yeah, so this is the smaller one. We got the bigger one for only like $3,000 more. Oh, I totally forgot about the wool. Yeah, so in 2 in-game months, we sell the wool. And that'll probably be a couple extra thousand for us. But we can go ahead and do this. We will shuffle the bread. Let's see, why did eyeballs make me think about bowling with eyeballs? What? Bowling with eyeballs, question mark? Alright. So let's cash all this out. This will be another, like I said, I was originally being like, oh yeah, it'll be like 8,000. I think we're between 4,000 and 6,000. Because when I do the full greenhouses, usually I have like 3 full loads to get to about 20,000. So I'm just kind of dividing by 3-ish. And it should be a bit under that, so we'll see. It also has multiple things of lettuce, and lettuce is the big cash one. The point is, we're still going to be, you know, doing pretty good on the price. Not even as much. So it's about 5. It's about right in the middle. Okay, that's fine. We'll get some more from the wool in 2 in-game days. In the meantime, I need to get some fertilizer down. And the plan for right now with the fertilizer is I've got all that solid fertilizer. We'll get all that down. When I run out of solid fertilizer, we patch up the sprayer and put some some liquid fertilizer in there. That'll set us back when it happens. So I am hoping by the time we have to... Well, no, because we're not going to have another sale price before I need to redo these fields. Right. The wheat fields will need to be redone by that point. Oh, I should park you by the bread. Because they've already finished with the granary. It's tapped out. There's no more grains in it. Alright, and from here, let's get you set up to do the fertilizer on the big field. Because I believe I need to plant you in April, if I remember correctly. Or plant the sorghum in April. Don't want to kill my crops. Sorghum was April? Yeah. Yeah, so it's looking like actually we're probably going to end up needing the liquid fertilizer maybe even for the second pass in this field. I think we'll get 2 passes out of this. Yeah, the AI do it because it tends to be better about getting the line up to not waste as much. Yeah, no, this should be fine. We should be able to get 2 passes out of this. I forgot how long it takes to go through there. Would you produce enough flour to fill up in our bakery? No. I think someone did the math before that it's one of those things, it's 3 bakeries to 2 granaries is where it's about even. So you get the problem there. If I add a second bakery, we don't get any flour, which is fine. At least I think that was what the math was. It's fine either way. I don't want to put down 3 bakeries. Like, it's the same thing where I'm not putting down, like, eight greenhouses as well. I want to diversify the product. Because the other thing about doing that is instead of having it where I have, like, the 2-3 days in the game where I, like, really have to buckle down and work on getting all the things done, you know, it spreads it out more and more, so it's just, I'm on a continuous rotation. And then plus, instead of getting our one giant payday, like, right at the end of the year, I go from having, like, a bunch of different, like, mini paydays. I mean, we're saying mini paydays. They're going to be, like, 80 to 100,000 or whatever they end up being. But the point being, instead of, like, you know, scoping up, so I have this one day I make, like, 500,000, and then it's, like, you know, begging for more money the entire rest of the year if I spend it all of that. You know, I'll have, like, a big chunk of, like, 100,000, then 60,000, then 40,000, then 80,000. Like, you know, every couple of in-game months. That's kind of what we're hoping for. So that's one of the other things is I could see definitely... let's see, yeah. I like that you're doing different products instead of just doing one thing. Well, it's easy to fall into that trap. And when I say trap, it's a strategic thing to do in the game. To find that thing that makes you money, and just do that. And just, that's what you do. But like the sheep of the first one that are like the payout is like a properly different day. Because they pay out in April versus the other two are January and February. It'd be nice to get something that the payout is like August, September. Actually, we can probably look at that while this is doing its thing. So if we were to consider other crops, if sunflowers, they pay out at the end of the year as well. Soybeans are at the... Actually, soybeans would work, because that's middle of June. That's a cash crop. So soybeans and corn, that might not be a bad move. Soybeans are one you just sell as soybeans. That would be a good one. We'd actually sell in July, because this is the end of day. June is up here, and this is the end of day July. When is clothes paying out? I would have to sit there and set up the fabric, and then the clothing. Clothing would be April, so that would be basically we're keeping. Yeah, it looks like this is the same end date as the wool, which is still fine. It's worth doing. If we were to do like the oils are March and April. Well, actually, it depends on what oil. Interesting. So I could do canola to have November, December, so right before our current stuff. I could also do sunflower for March and April. That's interesting. So that means we'd have December, January, February, March, and April would all have a cash out crop. If we went the route of the oil production. Which would be nice, because that means basically I'd have a whole like half-ish of the year that every single day I'm getting paid. And then we'd have half the year that's, it's prep. It just means the next cycle we would try and target the other half of the year. Let's also check real fast. How are the animal products? Eggs, milk, that stuff. Because you need, like, eggs and all that kind of stuff. You sell in January, February as well, which is no surprising. So eggs are November. Well, actually, would probably sell December, but the same diff. So that wouldn't be bad. That'd still move things forward a day. Where is the milk? There's the milk. Milk is January, but September is also... Well, October is also pretty good. And I'd also need, I believe, sugar, though. Which is August, September. But sugar, I believe... Oh, you can use sugar beets or sugar cane, if I remember correctly. And I remember everyone's told me, like, sugar cane is awful to deal with. Yeah, and that'd be a normal one. Now, the problem is, if I was to go with the route of trying to do the eggs and all that, I would need to grow extra grains. No big deal, I already have grains. But the cows require, like, silage and hay and... grass and I think straw. Like, they have a lot of requirements for cows. So that'll be something to consider. Yeah, so I do think we'll get both of our rounds of fertilizer on this field. And that'll be basically the fertilizer on this spent. Because I should finish this with, like, roughly 5% or so. Really? You're gonna skimp the end there? That's fine, I can touch that up when I'm done. But yeah, no, clothing is very lucrative. I think before I went with the clothing route, I'd want to switch from the sheep pen I have to a big one. Which, like I said, I think one of the things we'll do is we will buy a tile that the point of that tile is animals. That we will get, like, all the animals, we'll put them, like, a little perimeter and all that. Maybe put some of the supporting industry nearby, that kind of thing. And if you can, cotton should be good for clothing, but expensive. You mean like... I mean, yeah, like the cotton we would use it to make clothing, and then the clothing pays out big time. I know that much. It's in our production line. But yeah, no, the idea would be like we'd add the area for the animals, but that's going to require, like I said, hay, silage, and extra production for grain and whatnot. Here, I'm just going to take over. Alright, so we might not actually fully finish. The fertilizer for the, I'm not going to do that little stripe. We might not fully... Well, no, because we started at 11%, right? Okay, so we're on that fence. I'll touch up the edges of this field here, but I'm not going to do this little teeny tiny lip here. Because I can't make the diameter of this shorter, and I'm not going to sit there and, like, inch the back up to each part of it. This area, because it's a little bit heavier, I'm going to do a quick pass on it. But even this is probably not as worth it. But then this should put us right about the money where we can do another round of this field and probably be okay. And if it's not perfect, that's fine. But that'll be it for this machine doing the fertilizing anymore. Will be on the spray can in the future, or the sprayer in the future. Alright, and we've got that all situated. Let's go do a quick repair of this. Let's go do the repair and the... You know, the repair and all that for the sprayer. Because the sprayer, we can make it, it's just like the base setting. I can make it so I can get even wider diameter to it. To such a point, I think it'll be able to get pretty much an entire one of these fields in a single pass. Or, like, 2 passes. It'll be pretty ridiculous. I think it's like 36 meters it can go. Where, for context, the end of our harvester is 6. When do you sell the wool? April. So, two in-game months later. So that should be before I harvest and do all the stuff for the fields for wheat, but after, well, I mean the same basic time, I do the fields for wheat. Or sorry, for sorghum, that I plant them. Alright, for right now, I'm just going to go ahead and leave this up here for just a minute. I'm going to grab the sprayer, patch it up real fast. Because the other thing with the cultivator we were looking at is, it will require me to do the upgrade on my tractor. And I have not looked at what the price for that is. Okay, so repair the $1 of damage. You cost 1,000. Customize. You already have the narrow tires. Yep, it's gonna be an extra $9,000. We can take your license plate off. Oh, it detached. How big is the sprayer unfolded? 36 meters. It is gargantuan. It is literally the biggest sprayer that is tractor operated, which is the reason I was like, I'm buying this now. Because there isn't an upgrade. That's it. That's the maximum size. The only improvement is if I get the ones that, like, it is a sprayer that is a sprayer by itself, like its own motorized machine. That's the only upgrade we have for the sprayers now. Versus this thing, I think, is either 16 or 18 meters or something, spray range. So you get the idea. That thing is going to be way bigger. Actually, am I lying? How big are you? $18. Yeah, so for as big of an area as this covers, that sprayer is literally twice as much distance it covers. It's just better. You know, run this over here for doing the last round of fertilizer once we seed it. I'm going to grab the seeders and I'm going to repair those because we left those unrepaired. Self-propelled one, I think, goes 46-ish meters. Yeah, that's probably not an urgent thing. Just because of the whole... I have a lot of other things that would improve my efficiency more. Like the harvester would be the next big thing, especially with that seeder or the sprayer costing like $400,000, the big one. Getting a bigger harvester, you know, that is in that price range, and I will see a more significant improvement based on that. Alright, we got the sorghum set. So let's repair you real fast. Get you in position. And then basically it's advance things until it's time to plant the sorghum. And then we have the sorghum to put down. And then after the sorghum, we would turn around and do the last round of harvesting out of the big machine. And then it's pretty much fast flow. And we'd also sell our wool that day. Then it's basically fast forward until it's time to harvest the wheat again. And then the cycle continues. And also, keep an eye on the sales, because if we get really lucky, we have enough money we're sitting on now that if a good cultivator pops up, we can snag it. And just the same, if like a good harvester pops up, we might be able to snag it. It's on the fence. How much would it cost me to give you the good engine? $42,000. Ow. Ow. You know what we're probably not gonna do? That. I think we wait for another tractor. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, that would let us jump up to the 400-ish horsepower. A new engine on the old tractor? Well, that was the whole thing. If it wasn't that much, it would still be worth it. Honestly, the increased cost of repair is not that dire from what I'm finding. Yes, it's costing us a couple extra thousand every year, which is pretty annoying. Like a good couple extra thousand, like almost 6 or 7 or whatever. But all things considered, if it's between buying a new tractor able to handle the cultivator and then just dealing with what would actually be reduced maintenance costs because the cultivator would be faster than the plow, it makes sense. But 42,000 is more than I was expecting it to cost. So 42,000 I think is too much. So realistically, we get a cultivator that I can handle on this as long as it's a big enough upgrade from the plow to feel worth it. Okay, so we cannot plant yet. It's not yet time. Yes, I'm not super worried about the maintenance costs. Like, it would be nice to get on a different tractor, but with all the things I'm saving up for, I don't think that's happening soon. Let's look one last time. If we went and looked at the cultivators, let's assume we're not getting a bigger tractor right now. Let's assume we're stuck at 350. What cultivator could we get? So 350. That 375 is probably our limit. We could do it, we'd take some slowdowns. So that's 12.2 meters. That's still worth our effort. Yeah, so we'd do that one. So I think we can do that one. It is a little bit over the horsepower of the tractor, but you can actually get away with that. You just don't go at full speed. That would be fine. And check all of our stuff, make sure everyone's fine. You're gonna need more water soon, but you're doing okay. Those are all doing fine. All right. Water's fine for them. They're low on water. So let's run over here real fast. Top off the water on everyone. And then basically we're ready for the next in-game day. We can check sales. Still have the sprayer there. Get the big truck there. So that's not terrible, but no, we're not buying that. We had the giant harvester header. So like for that, that header that I wanted, the giant massive one that didn't work with our harvester because it doesn't properly tell you what does and doesn't work. You just have to assume. I'm doing all right, Joe. Good progress from last year? Yep. We've got some solid increase in money and all that. All right. The water's topped off with the sheep. I wish the sheep pen could store a lot more water than it can. And make it a little bit easier. Like, it's not a big deal. But it's kind of the fact you have to, like, fill it up every so often. Do you do hay bales? Yes. We're doing that with the wheat when we harvest it, is we make hay bales and then sell the hay bales. All right. Can I flex my muscles? I am capable of flexing my muscles. Do you cut grass at bales? Mostly just for the sheep. Actually, you just made me realize we did finally finish the first bale we put in front of the sheep. We put that bale there a while ago and it only now disappeared. But yeah, no, I am capable of flexing. Do I flex my muscles because people ask me to? No. No, it is not dance monkey dance. Like, it's a be respectful kind of thing. Alright, how is your grass? You should be good for a while, right? Yeah, you're fine. You're basically full. You must have just finished that off. Alright, well, sit there. Good idea too if you let it sit for a couple days. Yeah. No, we didn't want to lean really hard into grass. It's absolutely a viable option. Like it's plenty lucrative. Alright, so we're good with all those fields. So we're gonna advance, and now it is time to sell the wool. It is also time for us to seed the sorghum to get that going. Let's go here, and before we worry about anything else, put that down. That is not the thing that matters. I need to get that. Get you here. Alright. No, you still need to be repaired, don't you? That's fine. Okay. Yeah, no, you can, that's the other thing, is, like, one of the advantages of grass is you can do the grass every couple of in-game days kind of thing. Yeah, so we're going to zip over here real fast. We're going to cycle the bread. After we cycle the bread, I'm going to grab the trailer there. We're going to pick up all of the wool, sell the wool, get a bit more money in. Oh, right. That's barley because the seeder got switched. Like, I think I just hit a key last time I streamed yesterday, and I think I hit the key and accidentally hit barley. But the other fields are wheat, which is what I want, because I'm turning it into flour, and then the flour, you know, I'm making it into bread, and then the bread is money. We use our bread to get our bread. Oh, you were overfilled. Gotta be careful about that. It's fine. I don't think we missed out much of the way of production. I do wish a lot of these buildings had a little bit more of a buffer. Doesn't need a lot, just a little bit more of a buffer. They don't have to be, like, quite as on top of them. And I'm sure there's mods that change it or get, like, an alternate version of the building. But it'd be nice if you could just have, like, you know, you add an extra building on it, cost you $20,000 or $10,000, like, whatever's a fair amount and all that. And just, like, along the side there, just add a thing that suddenly lets you store an extra, you know, an extra 4,000 bread right there or whatever. To reduce the number of trips you have to make to just shuffle things. You need a lower loader and a truck? Why? You know, I normally actually don't have to say much about backseat in this game, but, like, don't tell me how to play? Garrett says, I wish the buildings worked properly in multiplayer so that you could all be working on separate farms and sell your goods at facilities owned by others. Yeah, I know there's mods that make it so you can have demand between each other and all that. But I haven't really messed with it. Quick question, was better hamburger or pizza? Why did hamburger bother showing up to a contest it didn't have a chance in? I enjoy a good hamburger, but let's be real. This is a competition it had no hope for. Upgradable factories mod? Oh, when you upgrade your factories, they hold more. Yeah, that's mods. I'm talking like the base game. Faster transportation? Yeah, no, eventually. But again, don't backseat. Like, when it comes to the amount of profit I can make in an amount of time, this drive over here is not in any way increasing or decreasing my money. Because I have my tractor over there busy seeding a field. That's my bottleneck for the day. I can't finish the day until that's done. This process, not relevant. This process only becomes relevant if it takes longer than it does for me to seed that field and whatever other random tasks I'm going to drive around and do. Otherwise, it's a mildly convenient thing, but then I sit around and just watch the tractor drive around, which is fine, which is what we're going to probably do, but it is one of those things that it doesn't improve my amount of money I get. Now, later on, it will become a problem. Like, later on, as I get more and more production stuff, I will have to go from location to location to location, unless I tell it to start directly selling, which may or may not happen. Pizza or tacos? Why did pizza show up to a competition it couldn't win? Come on. And I do really like pizza, but let's be real. No Man's Land? Yep. You get a large solar collector that gives you almost 9,000 a month. Oh yeah, no, we talk about that every... Oh, I should repair while I'm here. We brought that up a number of times. If I was doing this just to, you know, quote-unquote win, there are strategies that are very, very much better. And yeah, one of those would be to plop down a solar panel. Every single day it spits out thousands of dollars. I take those thousands of dollars and immediately turn around and plop down our solar panel that then, you know, now I'm getting multiples of thousands of dollars, and you get the idea. You'd eventually get to the point where you're plopping down a solar panel literally every single day, and that would be like the meta for human hours versus in-game hours of doing stuff. Would be just get something that you literally don't have to interact with that gives you money, and then just fast forward as fast as you can to then build another one and repeat. But that's not what we're doing. Pizza's better in your case, just because there's no good Mexican near you. That's fair. You like Hinterland better? It's like No Man's Land? I haven't heard of Hinterland. The ones I know is there's Calm Lands, there's No Man's Land, there's like one that's more Texas-esque that I haven't done myself, but I've heard good things. But yeah, no, totally fair, Jaywalker. I was visiting Salt Lake City for work on the dev side of things, and there was a local guy. He was like, "Hey, I'll take you to the best Mexican place in town. I promise you, we have good Mexican in Salt Lake City." I'm like, "All right, let's go." That was some of the blandest food I've ever eaten in my life. I was like, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but on the scale of Mexican food, this is pretty terrible, man. It's like, is it still edible and decent enough to eat? Sure. Is it good? No. No. You discovered salt and pepper. That's what the seasonings you got going on here. Come back when you find cumin and some, like, cayenne or something. It was pretty sad. But to him, it was the absolute best Mexican food they had in Salt Lake City. Yeah, no, you get some really good food trucks. Alright, so I really should... we'll just... So I need to get stuff ready for, the sheep again. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is, while that's running around doing the seeding, which is going to take a little while, I'm going to go ahead and actually mow a bunch of grass and get some grass bales for the sheep. Now, I don't like doing it with this tractor, and the reason is this tractor, you can't get a front hookup for it. So, there's that. Let's see, you only born to Tennessee? You live in Ohio? Yeah. As someone who's spent a lot of time in Ohio, you also don't have good Mexican food. I would be more apt to believe there might be some good Mexican places, you know, hidden away somewhere in Ohio, but the vast majority of what I've had there has been pretty eh. You got auto-corrected? That happens. Nope, it's not good here. Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's like, I've been plenty, and there's okay places. I wouldn't say they're okay Mexican food places in Ohio, but they're okay places that purport to be Mexican food, and there's something. And it's not bad, but it's not Mexican food. It's not even like Tex-Mex either. It's just, you know, you found tomatoes and you found some peppers and you made something with it. Have you been to Ashtabula or Geneva, Ohio? I have been to Geneva, Ohio. I haven't been to Ashtabula, whatever that is. The area I've been is like Canton, Columbus, that area, which are not the same area. I acknowledge. I've got my dad's side of the family's from up there, so they're kind of in different areas over there. Yeah, Mexican-ish. You read a book about Mexico, and you made some food. Again, that doesn't imply it's bad food, it's just not Mexican food. Alright. So we're not going to do like a proper clean sweep. I'm going to go do a couple passes of this. My hope is to get 1 or 2 bales out of this for the sheep. Because those really big bales I'm making, it does seem like getting 1 really large bale feeds the sheep for pretty close to a full year. So one would assume if I get 2 large bales, well, you know how math works. Estabula? Gotcha. I mean, I'm gonna get pronunciations wrong. The best Mexican you can get is Old El Paso. It's purely because no one does good Mexico, Australia. Oh, man. I liked just about everything when I went to New Zealand last year to visit. But man, we did find a singular Mexican place there. I couldn't eat there because when they talked about, you know, getting your taco with mayonnaise or your enchilada with mayonnaise or just everything came with mayonnaise. I'm like, what is this? Do you what? I don't understand. It's like I wasn't expecting much, but the mayonnaise was not one of those things I was expecting for Mexican food. That was a solid wait. Huh? To be fair, that was the only Mexican place. That said, when it comes to pretty much every imaginable culture, from like, you know, China to South, you know, to Korea to Vietnam to everything else, all of that was there and well represented and super solid. But no surprising, with as far away as Mexico is, being on pretty much the literal opposite side of the world, they big ol' miss on that one. Was it in Auckland? Yes. We don't need to insult New Zealand people. They, like, their food was amazing. They just, Mexican was not the win for them. Like I said, pretty much everything else. Like, it was cool. You could go into an area and have just about every imaginable culture from that side of the planet there, and have, like, authentic, like, really good stuff. Like, really, really good stuff. Ah, that sucks, very last Lardine. I hope you do find that sleep you're looking for. Oh yeah, Mexican food was not the win. How about New Zealand steak? Did I have a New Zealand steak? I don't remember if I did. Because, like, generally speaking, I have nothing but positive stuff to say about my experience in New Zealand. It was just the Mexican food was the only miss I had. That was the only. It's like, nope, nope, can't let you get away with that one. That's just too far. Oh, don't worry, there's a brotherly type love-hate rivalry between Australia and New Zealand. We both talk badly about each other, but we'll band together and fight anyone who talks badly about either. Yeah, obviously I'm not going to talk badly about either of them, because I got no beef. I've never been to Australia. I have been to New Zealand, and I very much enjoyed the experience. Yeah, there's definitely things. Like, I would definitely say, if you're looking for a proper place in Florida for food, Orlando is a pretty good place for just getting a variety of food options available. I do understand Miami is also supposed to be pretty solid as well, for just having a lot of food represented. A lot of when you're outside, like, the big cities tend to be, you know, they'll have a couple things they do really well, but finding the broad representation isn't usually as much. You can usually find good Mexican pretty much anywhere here, or good Cuban food pretty much anywhere here. Portuguese is pretty easy to find around here. Peruvian food is pretty easy to find around here. If you're on the West Coast, Greek food is pretty easy to find. Like, Tampa has a very strong amount of Greek food over there. We went to a Mexican restaurant while you were in university. It was basically Taco Bell. It wasn't bad. But honestly, I love true Mexican food. Yeah. You can get anything in New York City? Oh, I'd believe that. I would actually not be surprised being able to find, like, you know, actually decent, authentic Mexican in some place like New York. Because usually those states are, like, you know, you have that much of a history of, like, immigration and all that. Usually do pretty good about at least having something mostly correct so far as representing their food. You'd love to find a good Indian or Japanese place. We have, I would say the Japanese food here is okay. Like, it's not amazing, it's not super authentic. Ramen, we have good ramen. Like, we have pretty good ramen, like, if you go to, like, the places that is what they do. Otherwise, but, like, actually, like, authentic, broad Japanese stuff, it's not that it doesn't exist, it ends up being, like, super pricey, almost ritzy kind of places. So they're really hard to find ones that are even reasonably affordable. Indian food you actually find quite a bit. We have a lot of Indian people here. You don't find too many restaurants, but what you do is usually pretty solid. Oh, I need to check to see if this thing's set to auto drop or not. It is not, because I don't want it turned on for this, because I want to be able to go to the sheep's area, plunk down the roll right in front of them. Gotcha, saying that the only thing at this point, you got all these fishing places, and it's mostly you got, like, pizza joints and restaurants. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen places like that. It's especially a problem when you're in a tourist town. A lot of times, they won't have whatever your local cuisine is. They will have your typical tourist foods. So you'll have, like, you know, the pizza place. You'll have, you know, some type of, you know, when I say, like, sorry, it will be like, not, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, not salad place. It would be like your generally, like, healthy food place. You'll have your steak restaurants, maybe some barbecue place. You'll have stuff like that. But then having, you know, like, authentic local cuisine, you know, it's not that you won't find it, but you won't find much of it. You have to kind of go out of your way for it. Here in the U.S., you'll have tons of Chinese and Mexican places, because those are kind of staples for just Chinese takeout is just a thing here. Not a bad way. It's just one of those things that we have pretty much everywhere. You gonna drop it? Oh, am I? No, I'm set the right device. Oh, it's not F. Isn't that? It's this F. Because this way the sheep are all handled. You wanna go to Japan? Yeah, that's the two places I haven't been I would really like to go, like so far as like my bucket list kind of stuff, is I would like to go to Japan. That's probably 1 or 2 spot. And I would like to go to Reykjavik, Iceland. Would be another one that's like really high up there in places I would like to go see, experience, whatever you want to say. I'd certainly like to see a whole lot of places, but those are places I would really go out of my way to check out. Like right now, they're just not really in the cards. That kind of travel is not exactly in the budget. Like we splurged quite a bit going to New Zealand. That said, we also went to Vegas for TwitchCon, but TwitchCon was that ended up being pretty pricey. Not the conference itself, but just Vegas. Hey FG, how's it going? Iceland isn't too bad from the US. Even from the UK, it's only about 100 GBP. Where'd it go? But Iceland itself is expensive. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. They usually offer really good tickets to get there, too. At least here in the US, they'll have, like, whatever special they got going on to really promote people going there. But for those who don't know, FG Squared, absolutely fantastic creator on the platform that I would highly, highly, highly recommend. Plays a variety of games. You're looking for stuff like RimWorld, a bunch of indie games, that kind of stuff. FG will always have something for you. So definitely check all that stuff. You want to go to Iceland as well? Got you. The thing with the fish and chips places closes 2 days a week and goes fishing. Alright. They'll pick up that grass as well. And the worker doing the seeding is just not getting anything done soon. So we are going to overwhelm these sheep with enough grass that they will dream of grass. Their existence is grass. Just gonna give that a little nudgy nudge back there just to make sure it's in the zone. That's probably fine. And we'll clean up the last of our, you know, spare grass here. It won't be enough to do anything with, but I don't want to leave it on the ground. It'll make a mess. Alright. Okay, we'll just ditch the Baylor over here. That'll be totally fine. Almost 40. Same tower. Why would you say, are you a girl not to be sexist? Why would you say it like that? I heard you like grass. They put your grass in your grass. I know, those sheep were like, oh my god, it's like 3 years worth of grass here. Well, you shouldn't. Here's a pro tip there, Shell. You don't have to say it that way. You say woman. It also doesn't matter, but like when I say the matter, like whether or not someone is, you know, is a woman or not in regards to whatever. When you say woman, you don't say girl. Because some people take it that way. But if you say girl, you are saying a child. That's the problem. That's the issue. Like, you wouldn't go to me and say, am I a boy? Be like, are you a man? That's like, if someone calls me a boy, I'm like, what? Not, like, I wouldn't get, like, upset. I'd be like, just, I don't understand. Why would you say it that way? Yeah, and also, that is always the really obvious thing. Is anytime you say not to be, insert whether it's like misogynist, sexist, racist, whatever. Any of those, if you have to preface it, it means it's that thing you're saying not to be. Like, I have yet to actually see a real life exception to that. I have people philosophize or described areas where that would be the exception. I've never in the wild see someone preface something where they said not to be, you know, insert whatever ism, and then the next thing not be the thing that they're saying they're not. And it's not like not to be, it's like, no, you're just being that. You're just prefacing that. So it's always one of those things that it should be like red alert in your own head if you have to preface not to be insulting, not to be sexist, not to be whatever. You should just stop. Just stop there and go, ah, that's because it is that thing and I shouldn't do it. What can I customize? I don't think you can customize like hardly anything. Yeah, I could get wide tires or normal tires and that's it. In the wild, it just means out and about, all that. Didn't mean to respect it. I'm gonna say something disrespectful. That's pretty much what it is. What it actually amounts to in the long thing. At most, you preface it with, not to sound worse than I mean, but I suck at English because I suck at English. Yeah, it's one thing about being like, hey, English isn't my first language. Like, if I'm wording this in a way that's not, you know, not appropriate, like, please correct me kind of thing, like, that's fine. Like, you're saying, hey, I don't think this is the word I should use, but I don't know the word I should actually use. Like, you know, genuinely, can you help me out? And I'm going to be generally, most of the time, I'll be generally chill about it. Now, if I know English is your first language and you do that anyways, I'm going to be like, alright, come on, man. But yeah, no, in the wild is just out and about in general. Like, you're not in a controlled situation. You're walking out, you're running into random people, you're at, like, random restaurant, whatever. You're not having a, like, you're not sitting here having a discussion about, like, the use of prefacing that and whatever. Because then, obviously, if someone goes out of their way, like, you bring it up and then someone comes up with the exception and uses it while you're discussing it, it's not natural conversation. It's someone trying to create the exception. But out when I've heard people say that to, like, you know, to a waitress or whatever, it's always been whatever the thing is that they're saying. Not to be whatever. Or I don't want to sound... And this isn't me trying to pick fun at you. I'm just basically trying to drill the point. If you have to if you have to preface something, and it's like that, you should usually just stop, step back, and go, is this actually an okay thing to say? Because the vast majority of the time, the answer is no. Not to be rude, but I'm going to say something super rude. Yeah, let's not take it that far. I get the joke you're giving. Let's not walk that path. Can I have that particular message just deleted? I get what you're saying, and I don't disagree with it. But yeah, let's not discuss like literal Nazi stuff. I understand you're doing the whole not to sound this way, but joke. But you know, there's lines. Hey, Dr. Dynastic, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. And I do hope you have. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. But how was your stream? What were we playing? Let's actually look to see what we're playing. We were playing some Out of the Park Baseball 24, according to Twitch. I have no idea what that game is. Could you tell me a little bit about it? And for those who are popping over with that raid, what would you say was the best part of the stream? Actually, let's say, what is your favorite part of Dr. Dynastic's channel? Just like really just fork it out there. Just oversay it. Really just go ahead. Give all the good feels. Why am I attaching to this? I don't need this right now. Gotcha. Twitch got it wrong. That's the reason I am usually like, yeah, that's what Twitch is saying. Because Twitch will absolutely get it wrong. If you change your category after stream, it'll get it wrong. Or if you change your category mid-stream, a lot of times it'll get it wrong. There's a lot of things. And it's not that you should put any effort into preventing it from getting it wrong. It's obnoxious. It should just get it right. But yeah, so what were we playing and how did it go and all good stuff? You were playing Construction Simulator. Excellent. Were you doing the Space Center? Space Center's pretty snazzy. Still need to go back and do more of that. I know I started the VAB, I just did not have time to get particularly far. Alright. You can't wait to get to the Space Center? Gotcha. Yeah, it's an interesting one. I started the Space Center with the VAB, and I believe FG started the Space Center with the, oh, was it like the headquarters building or the science building? The other building? I think that was it. Or am I mixing you up? I could be mixing you up. It might have also been Ultrasaurus. It's hard to keep track. Research Center, that's the one. Yeah. Just checking something real fast. Gotcha. Had a moderation type message come through. Which for the person there, if the moderation message, yep, already keeping an eye on it. But thank you for making sure. That is the way I will choose to phrase that. But yeah, so welcome in, Raiders. I should actually introduce myself because I've been just going on the farming thing without really focusing on other things. But I am Rual Storge, do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits at Project Zomboid, as I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. And that record was 135,121 zombies killed on one character in one life on harder than apocalypse settings with no mods to change itemization or vehicles. That said, the record has been beaten, and by a lot. By a lot. I had the record 135,000. The person who beat me is at... What is Lamprey up to now? it was like 700,000 last I checked, and I've missed a number of his streams. He's got to be at like 750 or so, if not higher, assuming he's still on that run. Yeah, no, that's the thing. I know he got over 700,000. He's over 800,000? Yeah, that sounds about right considering the time. Yeah, I think he said his plan was to hit 1 million and then kill his character immediately. To be like, this is done, which I think is to a certain amount a poetic way of dealing with that. Being like, I've hit 1 million, I am the first and only, and here is my flag, and I am done with this game for a while. I wonder when he takes a break from that game if he's gonna go back to it anytime soon, because I was super burned out at 135,000. I was super burned out. And I have a character's alive at 170 something thousand that I break out every like once in like a month or so, and I play like a stream or two and then put her back away. But yeah. Then he takes a vacation with sprinters. Yes, he did. He did that. It is a thing. Like those kind of games where you just get into that cycle, you burn out on them. Like Project Zomboid is an amazing game, and if anyone's looking for a zombie survival game, I will recommend it 10 out of 10 times. But every game has a limited number of hours you can get out of it before you're like, I need to not play this. That said, I am taking a proper break from it and everything with a plan of when Build 42 drops. I'm definitely going to be back into it. But I don't think I'm ever going to go for another character over 100,000 or anything like that. I'll probably have a run I do for a couple in-game months till, you know, you get to the cycle of just kill zombie, and then I'll probably pack it in. Let's see, FT's Gord said, you burned down Rimworld doing the original 100 Thrombo challenge, especially because you stupidly did 15-hour stream to finish it off. Yeah. Dr. Nessa said, you see, it looked fun, but I could see how you get repetitive to reach them. Yeah, so to clarify when you're looking, let me finish my intro thing, and then we'll get back to that. But I am a variety streamer, as I got caught up with the Project Zomboid. So I do play settlement builders like Rimworld. I do play survival games like Project Zomboid and The Long Dark. I do play, lately it's been a lot of simulation. I've been kind of on a simulation kick, so I've been playing, you know, today we did Snow Runner, and we're doing Farm Sim. I've been playing a lot of Farm Sim lately. I also do a lot of slice of life / life sim style games, so you know, your Stardew Valley, your Sunhaven, your Coral Island, those kind of games. So I do a pretty wide range of games, perhaps a wider range of games than I maybe should, but at the same time, I enjoy it. It is really good. I have like a lot of audience that really does. How many hours did this run so far? Oh, we did the lookup the other day. It was 100 something. It was a decent amount. It's here. 127 hours in this run. A lot of mutual games you listed. Glad you found it. Well, thanks. I'm gonna go ahead and do something here real fast. Don't worry about me. Don't check your notifications or anything. It's fine. Okay, so do one more pass. Yeah, it's been a lot of Farm Sim. Yeah, no, we started this challenge, and it's been doing amazingly well on the channel. People have been like really receptive of it. And I've been having fun with it, so I'm just like, heck, let's just keep doing it. If people are tuning in and having a good time, why stop? But yeah, so we started doing some Snow Runner. We did a run yesterday. We did some today. I'll probably do some. I want to get one more game going on the channel. I usually try to have like 3 games going at the same time, because I do switch games halfway through my stream. I stream about 9 hours a day, so it is one of those things that I will play like 4-ish hours of a game, and then 4-ish hours of another game. I am on PC. I'm also streaming on TikTok, Twitch, and YouTube as well. Though Twitch is my main platform, just mostly because I started here, so I have a bigger audience here. Yep, and Thursdays are off. But yeah, so I do play a big variety of games. But yeah, so I do switch games. So I like to have 3, so it's like I play 2 games one day. Whatever the odd game out is, that's what I play the next day, plus one of the games, and then you have the odd one out. You get the idea. You get a rotation going. I've like that. So you're stopping, Mr. Person here, because that's not ready for you to do the next thing. Are you the happiest sheep in existence? That you are. You got these giant rolls of grass for 3 years worth of food. Seems like a pretty... I would be a pretty happy sheep if someone was just like... Or I'd be a pretty happy person if someone was like... And it somehow didn't spoil. But it's like, here is all the food you could need for years. And you'd be like... I could just eat this? I could just stay here and eat to my heart's content? Such a hard life. Finding the spot this water tank needs to be is always... There we go. Up. Wait, we'll get it. There you are. Alright. But yeah. I forgot what I was saying with the hours. Yeah, no, for the, like, Project Zomboid, very genuinely, it's got a very strong early game. It's got a pretty solid mid game, but its end game is you're not meant to get to the end game very often, is the way I will phrase it. You are expected to spend time dying. You'll eventually get to the point where you can consistently and reliably get to end game, but it is a game that you get to a certain point and you kind of hit a point where it's like, but I've done all the things. And that kind of boils down to the fact that Project Zomboid as a game is the type of game where you start a run and you kind of got that list of checkboxes of all the things you want to / need to do in your run. And the game doesn't do much to ever take them back. Once you've done the thing, it's done. You got it. You're good. Which is good. It has a very strong feeling of progression, all that kind of good stuff. But the downside is, once you start ticking those boxes off and you're starting to get less and less boxes left, you know, they're done. So you go, I got my generator, I got my magazine, I've secured, like, I'm able to grow food and it's renewable forever. You know, I'm set up for, you know, fishing forever. I've got, like, my house is all set up. I've got, you know, my skills enough that I could basically just get endless weapons out of the zombies. I've got a sledgehammer. You know, you got all that kind of stuff. And you've got all that, and you go, but what now? And so, what you end up having to do as a player to keep it entertaining is coming up with new objectives for yourself. And when you're new to the game, it's pretty easy to come up with objectives. I want to live over a week. I want to live over a month. I'd like to live over 3 months. I'd like to kill a zombie. I'd like to kill 20 zombies. I'd like to kill 100 zombies, 1,000. Alright, you have a good one, FG. Thanks for dropping by. I might actually go a little bit long just because I want to see this field get wrapped up. How are we doing on time? Till we get this field wrapped up. So I'll go a little bit long. Then I'll probably wrap up myself. For those who are popping in, I usually stream from 7 p.m. EST till 4 a.m. EST. It's basically 4 a.m. EST. But I'm going to go a little bit long, mostly because we had like a raid right at the end. That's one thing, so that's cool. But also, I would like to have that field dealt with done. Very ADHD things half finished bother me, and then on top of that I will forget what the expletive I was doing. So by getting it done, I could just the mental cheat I do for myself is I will take my tractor, I will put the tool on of the next thing I need to do, and I will park it where it needs to be done, and I'll be like, that's what we're doing next time. So that when I hop in next time, I just hit tab, go to my big tractor, like, ah, it's got the seeder by the dirt field there. Clearly I was about to seed that. You'd like to depopulate the world of zombies? Yeah, that is the thing that... But you also have people who sit there and go, I want to get all of the books. Or I want to get all of the plushies. Or I want to get, you know, whatever the thing is. It doesn't even matter. It can be the most nonsensical, silly thing in the game. I want to get a giant room of dolls. I want to, you know, I want to spell... Hey, Treymark, thank you so much for the raid. Like, I do hope you had a good stream and all that good stuff. But, brain part, 1 second. Processing. Like, I had one run pretty early on. They had just added Louisville to the game. And for my first character, I went into Louisville. We did it on a cryogenic winter run. And the cryogenic winter run just means it's expletive cold at all times. Like, you are always as bundled can be, and you're staying indoors when you're not out fighting zombies or doing something that's going to build up body heat. Is pretty much what it is. It's actually not that hard to do cryogenic winter unless you put in the absurd settings, which you don't, because winter is fast-forwarding next to a fire. It's really not fun. But we were by the university, and I came to realize the university students, like, a lot of them wear friendship bracelets. And I always have, and it's still a thing I do in Project Zomboid, is the first time I spot a friendship bracelet, I take the friendship bracelet and I put it on. It's just like, it's just a thing. It's like, yeah, you know, we've got a friendship bracelet. Well, that one, I was like, you know what we're going to do? We're going to collect the friendship bracelets. We can collect the friendship bracelets and, you know, like, kind of, you know, honor the, you know, the people and all that who passed away. Like, whatever. It's just like a little thing to collect them as, like, a tribute or whatever. And we started to get a lot of them to the point it was becoming a problem to carry them. Because they were starting to get heavy, there was so many of them. So I started putting them in just like a, side table by your bed. So I was putting them in the side table, and I came to the realization around the time we hit 100 friendship bracelets, I'm like, all right, hang on a second. This character, when they spawned in the world, because we're using Pillow's random spawn mod, spawned in prison. From there, we left the prison, we went to the college, and we started collecting these friendship bracelets, which we keep in our side table where we sleep. This dude belongs in that prison. This was not a mistake, innocent person in that prison. And we started writing in the driveway of the house we were staying, using the friendship bracelets. We were spelling out friend out of friendship bracelets. Quincy Vu, that was the character. Quincy Vu, the friendship killer. That was the name we dubbed the character through the community and all of that. And it was definitely one of those things that you stopped, you're like, this is not okay. Quincy Vu is not an okay person. But it was a thing that, like, that run, I probably would have gotten bored with if it wasn't for the silly friendship bracelet nonsense we were doing. It was super creepy. But, like, we were leaning into the creepiness of it at that point. Once we realized we went from, oh, this is kind of a cute, like, hey, you know, because the whole joke is that, you know, yeah, you know, we're being the friend of, like, you know, the fallen zombies or whatever. But that if ever went, this isn't cute anymore. This is straight up nightmare fuel. Not a whole lot, trademark. Just doing some farming and all that good stuff. Getting ready to wrap up this field. We've already got the part that's darker on the left that's already been fertilized. We had to stop because we were catching up with our tractor. Got a fish gain the sorghum down and all that. I also noticed we get the entire field of sorghum down with one load of seed. I don't even have to reload it, which is pretty snazzy. We've had some fun characters in Project Zomboid. We had Dr. Ellen Ennis, who's probably one of the most popular characters I've ever had, which was one of the runs I got to the highest kill count. That was like 75,000. But her whole shtick was, we were just going around collecting katanas. We would put them on the bed she would sleep in. So we had the infamous katana bed. It had ended up having like 34 or 38 katanas on it when she finally died or whatever. Like, she was a quadruple doctorate, not because she went to college, but because we went into pharmacies with a crowbar and we left with doctorates. It's way more cost effective than actually going to medical school. Way faster too, for the record. So we had that character, guys, really popular. That was one of the characters I built an entire base from scratch. Just like went to this open area between some gas pumps and a lake and built up this giant building with this like display room and everything. Like, that was the last time I did like a proper base was on that character, because I got tired of building them all the time and then starting a new character and having to build a new one. You guys gotta wait until the zombie apocalypse and you too can get doctorates. Yeah, they're really easy to get a hold of then. We had Quincy Vu, the friendship killer, which, like I said, collected friendship bracelets and was writing friend on the driveway in friendship bracelets, that they woke up in prison. We had Clark Burke, who was a Muldrow Elementary School music teacher, who had aspirations of doing some, like, grand music thing. We never did specify whether he wanted to be, like, a jazz star or rock star or whatever, but wanted to be on the stage. Decided that, you know, with the zombie apocalypse, that was going to be their time. They were going to do it anyways. And so we had plans to convert the prison into... All right, Trimark, you have a good one. But had plans to convert the prison into a concert hall. Realized we had, like, cleared the prison and all. Realized I hated the prison as a base. It was a terrible base. If I can recommend any place on the entire map to not make a base in Project Zomboid, do not make the prison a base. It is too big. You need, like, 5 or 6 generators to fully cover the entire area, which you're not going to do. There is a cool little middle spot. You can put a generator and have the generator inside your base, but it's just too big. The AI has all sorts of weird pathing things where they'll just entirely smother the gates going into it because they want to get into the tile and can't figure out how, so they just group up there. So it had lots of issues, and occasionally zombies will just walk through the fence because it's far enough away that, you know, the game does all sorts of cheaty stuff to keep the calculation simple. And normally it's not a problem, but in that case it's so big it is. Don't recommend it. That character, like, that was their whole shtick. Otherwise, they're a pretty regular character. We had Jeremiah Wiener. For the record, all these characters that I'm mentioning, their names are randomly generated. We had Jeremiah Wiener, who is the one I set the record on. And really the only big distinguishing things for Jeremiah was he had a big shirt with an Omega symbol on it. And that he was, like, this absolute monstrosity of a person killing everything. The current character we have alive that's at, like, 170,000 kills or whatever, that's Venus Orozco, who is a fashionista. And that whole thing only happened because we found this, like, cute summer hat that was, like, this big thing with, like, pink and yellow rings on it. So, you know, all right, that's her look. So we put the hat on. And they were like, okay, we got to go with this and, like, lean into it. So we got her, like... We found a pink pantsuit and, like, a white button-up shirt and everything. So she goes out slaying in her ensemble. When it's cold, she puts on a nice sweater. But that's just kind of the whole thing. Because you learn in Project Zomboid that wearing armor is a trap. It is actually actively bad for you to do. Because it overheats your character, and heat is super bad. But yeah, so we've had some characters over here. There's other ones. There was what was it? It was something Killian was another character we had. That she had her lake base. Was she the lake base? I don't remember. There's been so many characters over the years. Do I get bitten or do I overheat? Well, it's not even that, because even when you armor up, most of the armor will not give you very strong resistance to being bitten. With some exceptions, like the chest, you can put on a bulletproof vest and it will protect you from getting bitten. So, like, the boots and the bulletproof vest, those are worth doing. Everything else I wouldn't bother. Like, I genuinely wouldn't bother. Yeah, you have a 5% chance of winning the roll. If you're getting hit that 5% chance could come into effect, you've already lost. Like, the heat will be more likely to get you bitten than the armor is going to be likely to protect you from getting bitten, is the way I would look at it. And the reason for that is, in Project Zomboid, heat causes your character to become exerted faster and fatigued faster by proxy. So literally you hit the point that your character is not able to fight as well sooner in the day and more rapidly. You also have to deal with, if you hit high levels of heat, you take an extremely high attack speed penalty, which if you hit that penalty...
What's the worst that could happen?
Yeah, if you hit that penalty, you basically just died. If you're in a fight, you just died, because you drop... It's like a 40% reduction to attack speed or something. You straight up will miss your next swing, it'll just be too slow, the zombie will grab you and you'll die. So it's just really not worth it. So that is one of those things that you just... It's not worth it. Don't do it. The two big traps, I would say... Well, actually, three big traps, I would say, in Project Zomboid, is the first trap is stealth. That the game heavily implies that stealth is something you want. It's not. It will get you killed. Stealth is straight up begging for death in Project Zomboid. because rather than being able to confront the zombies where you know what side they're coming from, you're now among the midst of them where they can come from any side. So there is no predictability with the zombies. You just have to get lucky and guess where they're gonna be, and like just be super acutely aware at all times, which you're gonna fail. Versus if you're super duper loud, that is the dream. Because if you're super loud, what ends up happening is you always know where the zombies are coming from. Yeah, you use stealth to get out of trouble, not into it, is the way I've been praising it. So, like, if you're already in a bad situation, you go, oh crap, you can run around a corner, go into stealth to try and quickly, like, bugger off. But you do not want to, like, sneak into places. You're better off taking the time to walk around, to double check, clear all the zombies, take your time, do it right. Don't try and just sneak into the grocery store. Not unless you're about to die right there. Stealth is good for humans? Well, that's the good news, is PvP in Zomboid is terrible, so you're not going to bother doing it anyways. Product Zomboid is good for multiplayer, but PvP and Product Zomboid is, who hit the other one first? Congratulations, they won. Unless they massively misplay it or you're time big groups, they've already won. Because you just get stun locked. And if you turn off the stun lock, then it just gets silly. Like, the whole thing is really kind of janky when you do that. Product Zomboid is well set up for the PvE side, but PvP, it falls very short. But that's fine. It doesn't need to be good at everything. It's a perfectly good place to be. That was messy, but that's fine. We're about to run out of fertilizer anyways, so who cares? But yeah. So it's the stealth and wearing all the armor are two of the big traps. The other big thing is just, you know, not making noise at all. Very genuinely. No, it's fine. Like, the only reason I'm not doing the AI is because I'm halfway in the field. The AI will sometimes double back at the area you've already finished. So it's just, I can do this real fast. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So we're just going to wrap it up. Because, like, I'm about to run out of fertilizer. It's the last time I'm going to be using the solid fertilizer because I've got the sprayer now. We're just using up our supplies we already had. So I'm about to bleed off the last 0% of this fertilizer. It's fine. So with that being said, in DayZ, you're stealthy as possible, but you have silence AKM. Yeah, but that's the thing. Different games are different. Like, I would argue, you know, State of Decay 2, stealth is a must, especially in the harder difficulty settings. You want to be sneaky, because the zombies just keep reappearing and everything around you, so there's no point in trying to properly clear an area. You can knock down the populations, that does make things better, but like actually clearing, nah, you're wasting your time. You are very wasting your time. So like other games, stealth absolutely makes sense. You play on Xbox? Cool. The game does support cross-platform, so you can actually play PC, Xbox, and PlayStation or whatever, and Epic. As long as you have the same DLC, everyone can play together, if I'm not mistaken. I don't want to promise that, but that is my understanding. Alright. So I can drop this off. We have finished with all the processes I need to do in-game today. So we're going to advance time. There isn't anything I want to buy, right? Nope. So advance time. We planted, we fertilized, so that field is all set up, ready to rock and roll and all that good stuff. And I just want to get to the point we're right about to harvest and everything. Is it harvest time? No. Okay. Actually, we're not going to go and wait for that point. I'm just going to cycle the bread. And then I think we're probably going to wrap. I'm going to check the store before I do, just in case, because I'll forget I check the store. Let's see, Factorio, it will auto-load the missing mods. Yeah, so like, the game does a relatively good job of dealing with the mods and all that. It's not perfect. Like if you have two people and you're joining the game and you don't have the mod, it will give you the DLC or the mod. It won't give you the DLC though. And that kind of thing. That said, if you have different versions of the same mods in Farm Sim, it doesn't know how to deal with that. It'll get that wrong. All right. So with that, what I'm gonna go ahead and do is I'm gonna hit save real fast. What did we actually? So we got a bunch of money. What else did we do today? We got the sprayer all fixed up. The sprayer's all fixed up. We got a bunch of money. Here, I'm just gonna do the screenshot. It's fine. Because I try and have a different screenshot for every stream of this. Okay, so we're gonna save. And we're gonna exit this game. And for everyone checking this out on YouTube, I'm gonna be saying goodbye to you, YouTube. We are going to be wrapping a stream, and I'm going to go find someone for us to raid over here on Twitch. So those of you over here on Twitch, just hang out, and we'll go find someone to raid to check out good times. But YouTube, it is a time for you to like and subscribe if you haven't already done so. And good night, YouTube. And same with you over on TikTok. Got to say goodbye, so I'll catch you later, TikTok.